Hello. Oh, hold on. We're good. Hi, everybody. How's it going? What's up? Welcome in, Oshik. How are you doing? How's everybody? Hey. Yeah, we are going to be working on some more learning stuff today. Got some fun things we're going to be doing. Before we do anything else, I'm actually going to make a command menu because I'm tired of, I want to make debugging easier and testing. So we're going to do that. Good, almost 100. Oh my god, that's crazy, dude. 100% in that game. I don't know. That's... I'm never going to be able to. It's too long. It's cool, though. Welcome in, Ratsa. Thank you very much. How's it going? Still a lot to do? Oh, okay. Yeah, 100%ing that game seems very, difficult. I don't know how you would do that. But I'm getting ultra close. Epic, yeah. Yeah, it's a fun game. I do need to play it more sometime. I just, been, busy working. So yeah, I haven't had time, but eventually. Yeah, I don't really play games nearly as much as I used to. I used to spend like minimum like 4 hours a day gaming. And now I'm like lucky if I spend, you know, that in a month. So yeah, let's go in, try doing a Udemy course on cybersecurity, but ran out of RAM when they asked me to boot up a 4th VM. Oh yeah. Okay. Pretty interesting. Yeah, cybersecurity is one of those things that's really, really important to learn about. I think also it's one of the most in-demand forms of computer science, because literally everything needs cybersecurity. Most things do. This is really good knowledge to know about. Yeah. That's cool stuff. Notificational education for it now. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah, congrats on all that. Yeah, I think it's a really good field. I've heard a lot of people... There's a lot of people that get paid very well with cybersecurity, so... I switched to a Godot course after that little mishap. Ah, okay. Pretty cool. Which are you... Is it like a Godot course on Udemy? To be clear, I'm done with the current course in the education. Ah, okay. Ah, yeah. That's cool. It's cool stuff. Oh no, it's all good. I was just wondering, is it is the Godot course also a Udemy course, or is it like a different thing? Nice, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, it'd be fun. I think one day I'll probably take like a cybersecurity refresher, because like it's also one of those fields that's changing a lot constantly. I mean, even though the class I took was supposed to be modern web security or whatever, I'm sure it's not anymore. So, especially with like, there's probably a lot more like AI applications of security. Using like AI to do like, to testing security and stuff like that. Yeah, it's exactly. It's really funny because I had the same thing with, another class I took was modern web design, and like we didn't even go past plain JavaScript. We were using like PHP and stuff. It's just like wild because it's like not modern. That's like from 30 years ago. So, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. But it's still good information. I think all of those classes, even if sometimes they're old. But anyways, it's good stuff though. Yeah, we still do use it. I don't know why. I really did not like PHP personally. It was just like annoying. I mean, it's fine, I guess, if you're doing a lot of back-end to front-end communication. I think it's better for that purpose, but otherwise it's just kind of like, there's no point. So welcome in, Kenkles. How's it going? It's not bad. That's for sure. It's just I feel like when I was using it, it felt a little dated. But a lot of websites still use PHP and stuff. I just think there's a lot of... there's so many different modern versions of languages and stuff, you know? It feels like it's maybe better to opt for something a little more up-to-date, but still totally usable. But anyways, so what we're going to work on today and learn in is a command menu. Really quick before we start on the other stuff. I actually just spent like 5 seconds and I already kind of made the menu. So this is it. Yeah, we're going to get this working really quick. Should be extremely easy. Literally all we have to do is I'm going to just add in a couple basic commands. So I'm going to say var args is equal to whatever it is. It's like split. I mean, it's not bad, but it's bad. Yeah. Cybersecurity student, so I like how easy it is to exploit PHP. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of like exploits and stuff with that. That's, I think, part of the reason why it's not worth it, because it's like most modern frameworks usually address those problems. But PHP is stuck in its ways, you know. So we're gonna give this a delimiter. What is this? Allow empty. What does that do? Empty strings between. Yeah, we want that on false. I don't want empty strings. And then maximum split. There's no reason to have a maximum. All right, so this is going to give us our arguments, and then we can just read them in. I'll probably make a better system for this eventually, but we're just going to check if arg0 is equal to money or something. I don't even need to put a slash, really. And then I just want to say global.money plus equals args1.toInt. So I'm curious to see if that works now. Theoretically, it should let me add money. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Godot question, is it difficult and a good idea to import Unreal or Unity assets? It's really easy because all of those kinds of assets, I mean, unless you're talking about code specifically, but if you're just talking about 3D models and stuff, it's all the same format. They all use like GLB and GLTF and stuff like that. And you can transfer those between whatever engine you want really easily. But yeah, in terms of code and stuff, I don't know if it's quite as worth it, because honestly, there's a lot of like functions in Godot to make things easier for you. So you'd probably do a lot of like reinventing the wheel if you import that stuff into Godot. I've just found that Godot, like compared to Unity, I've used Unity before, and Unity, sometimes there's a lot of things you kind of have to do manually. Godot has a lot of built-in functions and helpers to make it super easy to program, so it might be a lot of extra work for no reason. Not code, just textures. Yeah, it's super easy. I would definitely say it's like, I mean, whether it's worth it or not, it just depends on what you're wanting out of it, I guess. Like, if you want to convert into Godot, it's definitely a possibility. You know, rewriting all the code is a lot of work. But yeah, assets, though, textures, models, you can totally just use those back and forth. It doesn't matter. My dream game is a space 3D. Long way to go there, but there are also not many realistic looking assets for that in Godot. Yeah. No, I mean, assets are something that's universal. The engine really doesn't matter at all. So yeah, I would say like, you can look up any asset store. You can even go to the Unity marketplace and just find assets here and put them in Godot, because it's all the same formats. Now, I do really love using blend files in Godot because it's super cool. Godot supports Blender files, so what you can do is like edit a model in Blender and then it just instantly updates in Godot, and you don't have to re-import it every time, which is super, super cool. So that's something that Godot has an edge over Unity and Unreal. I don't think Unity or Unreal has that. They might, but as far as I know, you have to do like a GLTF. A whole section for AI. But yeah, with licensing problems, I'm not sure. I know there is like, there might be some, I think there's like a standard Unity license or something. You'll just have to check the licensing on a lot of these to see if you're allowed to use it other places. So we can go click on one of these and check it out, right? So license type, what kind of license is it? So it looks like it's like a custom Unity license. That's terms of service. Yeah, it doesn't just like list a regular old license here. Because normally it would be like one of the Creative Commons licenses or something. But I'm definitely not seeing that. Unless it's just, let's check a different one. Nah, it's just like whatever this is. So we can look it up. Unity standard license. Or like Unity asset single entity license. So let's see here. Kenkles, like the sunray texture coming through the windows. Oh yeah, that's just a shader that I used. I'll get into that in just a second. I'll show it. It's pretty easy actually to do. Okay, but here we go. These are the licenses. So okay. Can be shared with any employee. There's one thing that I don't like about Unity or any private company like this is they always like you have to work around all their rules and then they can just decide to change their licenses to whatever they want to benefit them, which is really annoying. Because it's really hard to get a clear answer. And then like if you do use it somewhere else, Unity might just like come after you and be like, hey, that's actually against the rules. Even though we made it really hard to tell if it was or not. Yeah, I just have like no idea. We can just look it up. Can I use Unity assets in Godot? And let's see if anybody has ran into this. Yeah, it depends on the license. Epic. Yeah, it sounds like it might be potentially problematic. So honestly, what I would recommend then for getting assets is itch, because itch licenses are very clear and obvious. Like if we go look up, I even got like a PSX pack recently for free. This one. And usually these have very clear licensing terms. I don't know if it specifies here, but yeah, any of these assets though, it's not tied to a particular engine. So if you buy one of these assets, you can use it wherever you want. There's no rules, right? Yeah, it might not say, but if you're buying an asset pack on itch, like you get to do whatever you want with it. Some of them might specify a license. We just look up like an asset pack. And there's probably some realistic stuff on itch. It might not be so focused on realism like it is with Unity or Unreal. But here we can actually just like, you can sort by just asset pack with a tag. There's 17,000 of them, so pretty good. Yeah, we'll see if this one mentions anything. Yeah, so some of the times they'll like specify. If they don't specify, then that would be, I imagine you can just use it wherever you want. But that would be one good thing about buying on itch, is that it's like non-specific, right? Nobody can get angry at you for buying it on itch and using it in Godot or Unity or Unreal. There's no like restrictions on that. So I think one of the big things that's important that I always like think about is like, as long as you're easily able, like imagine you got sued, as long as you can reasonably defend yourself or justify the reason, then I feel like it would be fine. Like if you buy an asset pack and you use it commercially in your game, if they don't specify explicitly, then I don't see why you wouldn't be allowed to use it anywhere. But yeah, a lot of these do have license terms here. It's like this one, you're allowed to use it in whatever you want, personal, commercial, blah, 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 without providing credit. Don't resell them, obviously. But like, yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, I definitely can't recommend that you use Unity assets in Godot because their restrictions are stupid. But yeah, itch I think is the platform to go for assets. There's probably realistic assets in here if we sort by that, like 3D. Also, Kenny has got a billion different assets. They're definitely more focused on like a cartoony aesthetic, but all of these are open source and you can do whatever you want with these. So these are very fantastic assets. but there's a billion things in here. And it's also just really useful stuff like UI assets, all right? These are all open source, and just like this, input prompts. I use this all the time. I used it in Starground and Lured-In. But yeah. Kenny did not have what I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely more of like a cozy, cartoony style than a realistic style. So it does work for some things, but not for everything. Yeah, there's a lot of different assets on here. Some of them are probably more focused on a realistic look. A lot of these are like retro packs and stuff, like PSX style. I know there is also a Godot asset store. I don't know. I mean, I think it's still live or whatever. This one, I think it's this one. So you could also look on here. This is the one, right? I'm pretty sure it's like the official one. I think it's still like in beta or something. You could probably search for 3D in here, and there's all these different ones. I do wonder what the licenses on these are. We could see, like, there's a banana here. It's extremely expensive. It's not worth it, but let's see. Additional infos are going to be a license here. Sometimes they might have like if you go in here, it'll probably show like the licensing in here. Usage rights. Yeah, okay, that's if you create an asset. You may use assets. All free assets are published under CC license, are completely free to use. See this link for proper. Okay. So it looks like, yeah, they're all under CC licenses, which is good. Godot one is great. Yeah, I haven't really ever messed with that. I don't think it's really fully finished yet, as far as I know. But yeah, anyways, hopefully that's helpful though. And there's a lot of other websites too. There's like not specifically game asset stores, like Turbo Squid or something is like one of them, I think. But yeah, there's like another option. A lot of these here on websites like these are very centered around realism, so it might be easier to find what you're looking for on like the non-gaming asset stores. But yeah, anyways, yeah, it's Kangles. I can go over this effect here. So it's all that I did for this is if we go to Godot Shader's website, there's a very popular shader here. That's a like a sun ray one. So let's go find it. It's like the most popular shader on the website. You just go to most liked. There it is. So this is the God Rays effect. You just copy the code. It's licensed under CC0, so it's public domain. You can do whatever you want with it. All of these are on Godot shaders. That's one of the reasons I love it so much. But yeah, you just copy this. All of this is applied to, if we go inside of the aquarium, it's like a color rect that I just put down in here, right here. So we can look at that node. God Ray. So I just have a bunch of them set up. I have one color rect here, and then these just have the shader slapped onto them. That's pretty much it for that. And then for these little like window things on the ground, I just drew those separate. So if you look at one of these here, if I can find one, it might be under like a different node. Sure, we'll find them here somewhere. Where are they? Small rays. You had to figure out like what layer these are on. Well, I'm pretty sure that they might actually be 2D nodes. I can't remember. Let's hide that. Oh yeah, window highlight. I just use Polygon 2Ds and just draw a window. I just give it like a little bit of a golden color. These right here, and I just make it semi-transparent, put the depth really low so it's below everything. And that's all I do for that. So it just kind of looks like the light beam from the windows is being projected onto the ground. And yeah, that's literally it for that. So pretty straightforward. I feel like almost anybody could reasonably get that added in like a minute or two. It's really straightforward. But yeah, it's a pretty, I think it works pretty well. I like the vibe it gives off. And since that shader, like, it is animated, it's hard to tell, but if you really look close, you can see it like move around a little bit and stuff. Yeah, works really well. And then I've also got the just a big particle emitter for these little like dust specks floating around. That's all that is too. There's one pack called Sci-Fi Essentials Kit. Seems free and it's close to what I want, but again, plenty of time before I'm good enough to make a 3D game. Which asset store is that on? Is that on the Godot one or Unity? Let's look that up. Oh, it's on itch. Good, 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 yeah. Yeah, this one looks interesting. Yeah, this is definitely more of like a realistic vibe. Yeah, I mean, most sci-fi asset packs are going to be kind of centered around realism, so... Yeah, FBX, OBJ, and GLTF, that's good. Yeah, this is a pretty solid pack. So you can get like, yeah, they always do this where like you get all of these ones just for free, and then if you pay $10, you get these ones too. It is interesting, this source actually gives you blend files, which is pretty cool, because it would let you modify the models and stuff. But yeah. Then you could check for like a license. Sometimes they also show the license down in here. Yeah. So this is under Creative Commons 0v1 Universal, which means public domain, and you can do whatever you want with them. I believe. Yeah, CC0 is like... Also, you can just sort by assets with CC0, which is really helpful. Because then you can go through all these and you know for certain that all of these are completely free to use for whatever you want, and there's no royalties or attribution. So that's another really good way to do it. Yeah, this pack wouldn't be too bad. You could definitely like pair it up with something else too. There's probably like some kind of like sci-fi corridors pack, or this person might even make more, right? Oh yeah, see, they've got like a bunch of different sci-fi ones. So there's like a modular sci-fi mega kit. This probably has like, yeah, all the like shapes you need to like build interiors and stuff. Yeah, this would totally work. Yeah, that would do probably like 99% of what you need, and then you might just occasionally have to either model your own stuff, or hiring somebody to make models is also an option, but it's very expensive, so yeah. Sorry, let me read all these things. Welcome in, Dustin. How's it going? Love those light beams? Yeah, they're pretty epic. I revisited my Humble Bundle account, downloaded like 20 things that pick up over 10 years. Oh yeah. Yeah, Humble Bundle always, you get an insane... I never had Humble Bundle, but sometimes like a couple people just gave me stuff they didn't care about, or like keys for it on itch. So I just have like, it starts to build up. You just get a bunch of like asset packs. Some of them are extremely cheap. It's like $10 for like 20 different asset packs. And it's like, oh my God. But yeah, that's also a really good route to go if you want to stay cheap with it. Let's see, an audio. Yeah, audio, it's pretty nice to get audio packs. I usually just use free sound, but yeah, I could definitely see just getting like a big audio pack with all the sounds you need. That would be a pretty solid option. Oh, let's see, you're saying it's that universal one from the... second at top. Was it in here? I don't know where I was at. Your second was from Humble Bundle? Yeah. Humble Bundle was the reason I asked in the first place. Oh, okay, yeah. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely a solid route. Hey, Steven, welcome, man. How's it going? Oh, it's the Running Man. Oh, this one, the Universal Animation Library. This is pretty cool. Just get a bunch of different animations. Nice. Yeah, stuff like this is so helpful for people that just don't know how to do this stuff, right? There's all like blend files and stuff, so you can apply this to whatever models you want. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a lot of assets to go around. There's also just a lot of free ones too. Like if you just sort by free, I've noticed pretty easy to find some here. I just finished a game called Aethys. Haven't heard of that. Survival game. This looks pretty interesting. Pretty neat. Yeah, it's kind of like a top-down sci-fi survival vibe. That's pretty cool. Looks cool. Yeah, it came out pretty recently. I might grab this if it ever goes on sale or something. I do like survival games. Race Subnautica. Yeah, that's the first vibe I got from this. It's cool. Some good news on Subnautica 2, guys. The original developers are back because they won their lawsuit. So that's epic. So I hope I might get Subnautica 2 again now. So yeah. But I was very happy to see that. And like I think they ruled in court that Krafton had to give Unknown Worlds their bonus. Their like $100 million bonus or whatever, so that's good. Thank God. But yeah, Krafton, I guess they're still involved, but you know, Unknown Worlds. Also, it's interesting because Unknown Worlds is listed as the publisher now. So I'm hoping that they have some more control over like the game. But I'm excited to see what happens with that now. I hope it goes well. Following games come in handy. Yeah. Let's see, story and characters are great as well. Yeah. Interesting. We'll definitely check it out. Craft will have to pay hundreds of millions in bonuses if the game sells well. Yeah. I think it will. It's definitely, I mean, it's definitely gonna sell well. I think it's one of the most wishlisted games on Steam right now, if not the. There's that one curator. Yeah, it's the most wishlisted game on Steam. So they're gonna make absolute bank. They're gonna make hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm sure. There's just such a massive. It's such a widespread game. So many YouTubers and stuff played Subnautica. I don't see how it could fail. I think it's impossible. So, yeah. I think they're gonna make a lot of money. I don't know what happened. So basically, there was some developer drama with Subnautica. Yeah, so what happened was that Krafton's their like publisher for Subnautica 2. They promised Unknown Worlds, which are the developers of Subnautica 1 and 2, a big bonus if they like get the game finished on time, and they did it. They were going to get the game ready for early access, right? It was like $100 million bonus or something like that. But then Krafton just like what they did is they purposely pushed the release date back so that they wouldn't have to pay the bonus anymore, which is like a big problem. And then they fired the original developers with Unknown Worlds. Unknown Worlds then sued Krafton, and recently they won. It requires Krafton to pay them the bonus, and now they are back developing the game. Their jobs have been reinstated legally. So, yeah, the good ending. Moral of the story, Krafton is bad and stupid, and Yeah, they've made I think they've published a couple games, like their big one is PUBG, obviously, and apparently Subnautica now, I think it's just under their label because they're publishing Subnautica 2, but yeah. Butthead publisher acquired game studio, promised lots of money if games sold well and kicked out all the studio. Yeah, that's basically sums it up. Yeah. How's the publisher able to fire the creators? It's probably because they, let's see, they bought, okay, yeah, they probably owned Unknown Worlds or own the IP for Subnautica, so it makes sense. But yeah, very stupid. This is one of the reasons why I think it's so important that people, like, if anyone ever gets a publisher, make sure you retain your IP rights. That's extremely important. Because otherwise, the publisher can just force you to do things and just, like, you don't have control over anything anymore. So, bad. Also, FYI, after the Case Craft and Publisher release date. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if there's actually a real release date on this yet. Sometime 2026, probably. But it's gonna get delayed. I mean, after all the drama, I'm sure. Yeah, it's crazy because what happened, I think, is they exposed some emails of like the CEOs or whatever of Crafton emailing each other about purposely delaying the game so they don't have to pay the bonus. So that was like, you know, massive evidence of bad things. By the way, I'm buying it. Subnautica's like a generational game. Yeah, I was kind of iffy about it before, but I'm really glad that they're, you know, have the reins again. So I think I would, I'll probably be buying it, I think. I do really like Subnautica, and Subnautica 1 is a classic, you know? One of the games on Steam of all time. So... And it's gonna be crazy because Subnautica 2 is gonna have multiplayer, which is gonna be pretty cool. So I'm excited for that. Subnautica with multiplayer is gonna be freaking awesome, guys. It's gonna be crazy. Let's see here. So anyways, what we're gonna do here. This is the, I'm adding in a commands menu into LearnIn just so that we get to, you know, test things easier. Right now I have a button that I press that runs my code whenever I press R, but that's stupid. So now if I hit this button, it opens up the secret command menu, and I should be able to say money 100. I should add money. I think you can see it down there. It's adding, is it? Yeah, it's adding money. So this is working. I can put in as much money as I want. I need to make it so it gets cleared whenever I enter this in. But this is going to make testing eons easier for sure. Seems like sometimes it doesn't want to submit. Oh, it's like I'm not like, it's like I unselect the thing or something. Okay, so what I want to do is this editable, keep editing on text, submit, and then after I submit in here, I want to set my line edit text to empty. So let's try that. Now when I hit there, yeah, it goes away. Now I can just put in as much money in here as I want now. I can put $1 billion. Oh, it wrapped and went negative. But I can also, see now what's nice about this is I can actually like fix that from happening. Because I can just give myself enough money again. I think. Or is it just stuck at negative forever? But I think I can give myself negative money. Okay, nothing seems to be working. So I'm gonna add another thing in here. If args0 or args1 is equal to reset, then I say global.money is equal to 0. Otherwise, I add the money. So let's try that. So money, reset. There we go. Yeah, it's going well. Let's see. But yeah, I recommend this. Yeah, small team as well. Nice. I will definitely be checking it out. Uber. By the way, humble brag, I got the oh yeah, the Avid 64 keyboard. I think I've heard of that before. I'm pretty sure I've heard about that, yeah. It looks pretty cool. Yeah. I would like to get a better keyboard someday. Mechanical keyboard, yeah, it looks like a C64 keyboard. That's pretty awesome. Very cool. I wonder how like buckling spring keyboards feel, because it's like a lost technology, you know. I don't know. This is probably just mechanical switches, I imagine. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa! Look at this thing. Hold your mouse vertical. Yeah, this is pretty awesome. Yeah, one I've been looking at is what is it? It's like a Keychron or something. They make a lot of really solid keyboards. I would like to upgrade to one of these eventually. I don't remember which is the one I was looking at. It was like the K series or something. The K Max, I think, was the one I was looking at. Maybe not that one. I definitely want a full keyboard. I don't remember which one. They've got a lot of different variants. So I'd have to like figure out like what all these are. But there's like this guy, the Q6. I don't know. This would be a solid keyboard though. I just like how it's just no frills, just a good solid keyboard. So eventually, when I'm not broke. Just using a Steel series. Yeah, those are pretty solid. I've had this Razer one forever. I don't know if I'll be able to show it in the camera. A smidge of it. It's the Razer Huntsman. Huntsman Pro, I think is what it is. It's not the V3, it's just the V1. But yeah, this is what it's like. Not like that one. Not like that one either. That's like a shortened version. V1. No. It's got the little knob on it. Oh, it's called the Elite. This is the one I have. It's all right. It's lasted me a long time. It's crazy actually to think how long I've had this keyboard for. How long have I had this keyboard now? I got it like right when it came out. I don't even know. It's probably been about 7 years or something, which is that's quite a while. But it's pretty solid. I don't really like the knob. It's very like you can see as I scroll down. It's okay. It's not even scrolling, so I might give you an idea of, of the knob issues I've run into. Man, back in 2018. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's been like 8 years. Yeah. Pretty crazy. K1 Max wireless. I've never really bothered with wireless keyboards just because I don't use it anywhere else other than at my computer. So I don't really need it to be wireless. I do like wireless mice though. I did get a new mouse very recently. This is the Logitech MX4, MX Master 4 or whatever. Master MX4. It's a pretty nice mouse. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. All of these. I used to have the last one, the MX Master 3 or whatever. Not that one. One of them. But yeah, it's a pretty nice mouse. One of the big reasons I got it is because now it uses a USB-C wireless receiver, so I've definitely noticed like the latency is better. Battery life is ridiculous on these. It's like months of battery life, and it's rechargeable. It's not like I have to put batteries in, so it's pretty insane. I never have to charge it. And then randomly I get a little pop-up and it's scary. I'm like, whoa, I haven't seen that since last year. But yeah. It's got this little like haptic thing. It's this little menu. I don't know. I don't really like the haptic menu because it just like gets in the way. Especially if I'm like gaming and playing Counter-Strike or something, I accidentally hit it and then because it's like, this is the haptic button. But otherwise it's a pretty nice mouse. Very, you know, it's got a good build quality. I think this will last a while. I kind of like the clicks. The old one I had really loud clicks. This one is like silent, which is kind of nice actually. Let's see here. I would need the Nordic or English key layout. Oh yeah, because they're the same shape with some keys switched around. Okay. Mechanical keyboards are so good. Definitely, yeah. Mechanical keyboards are the way to go for sure. I hate membrane keyboards. They always get stuck and stuff. Just stop working. Look to get a HE keyboard soon. Oh yeah. HE. Yeah, those look pretty nice. I don't touch Razer products due to their terrible bloat software. Yeah, I used to get a lot of Razer stuff, like the headphones and the mice, but I don't buy them anymore. I only got the keyboard. I've since moved away from Razer because I don't like their software. How easy it is to DRL streamer. Yeah, it's okay though. We'll try and lock in a little bit. I'm just gonna, instead of doing what I'm doing here, I'm just gonna set my money to whatever value I put in. I think that's just easier. We'll just say global.research is equal to args. Oops. To int. So now if I just say money and then a number after, it'll just set it to whatever that value is. So I think I should be able to set my money to negative, but let's see what happens. Yeah, so that works. Pretty epic. Yeah, this is just super little simple command system. It's gonna make testing things so much easier because I don't have to like do some weird binding thing. I can just have it in here. It's a plugged in, just like the versatility. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fine then, as long as you can keep it plugged in. Some keyboards are stupid where it doesn't let you use it while it's plugged in, which is extremely stupid. But yeah, as long as you can do that, that's fine. I'm gonna make it play a little click whenever I successfully enter in a command, just so that like I get a little bit of feedback when the command has been ran. Yeah, that's nice. So I'm gonna have to like hide this menu. Oh, what happened here? Oh, hold on. I have to save this as a scene. Commands menu. Let's do that. I'm using a Viper Hyperspeed. Oh, yeah. That's, I think that's Razer, right? Yeah, I mean, that mouse doesn't look too bad. Like, I do like Razer mice. The only issue, though, is I found that they tend to break really fast, but if it's working and not broken, then that's great, because they're pretty nice. So Wasted Senju, welcome in. How's it going? Chat focus. Better than actual development of game at hand stream, yeah. I mean, that's really what the streams are for being real. I'd rather chat about stuff than, you know, be boring. So, yeah, now I can just set my money in here. Cool. Then I can set research too. I would like to set ascension maybe, but that might be a slippery slope. I don't know. Yeah, like he just showed up. I swear I've been dismissing him, or like he... Why does it keep dinging randomly? I'm not sure about that. I'm also going to have another command to activate the chef. So let's go do that. LF args 0 is equal to chef. Then I'm just going to say global.whereIam.activate chef. So now if I dismiss him, I can just say chef, and then he'll come back. Go boom, and now he's arriving. That works pretty well. Pretty epic. I had the same experience with Razer, build quality, so yeah. It just depends. Their headphones for me always break down. I've never had a good time with their headphones, but keyboard and mice are a little better. I had an okay experience with those before. The keyboards are good, are solid. I've never really had any problems with them. So yeah. I'm expecting the eventual double click issue. The thing that always breaks on mine is like the scroll wheel on the Razer mice. I don't know why. I need a better chair is what I need. Yeah, chairs are expensive. One day, guys, I'll get the Herman Miller Embody chair. This is like my my end game chair. Thank you for the speed reviews. One day. CLF spam. Yeah, I mean there is match. It doesn't really matter. I can say match if I want, but just say arg 0 and then just put in money. It's fine, I guess. Put in research. And put in chef. Some of these I imagine, I mean, it's fine. Match statement, it's fine. I'll probably change this whole system someday. Because what I'll probably do is make it modular where you can add in your own commands someday. Like run a script instead of just one little line. But yeah, eventually one day. C programmer, I just think Switch looks better. Yeah, that's fair. Perfect something for sure. Yeah, I mean, really the code-wise and performance-wise, it doesn't make a difference since I believe match statements get converted logic-wise into if-else statements. It's just like a visual thing. But yeah, either works. It doesn't matter. It's like pizza or burger. They're both top tier, and I don't care which one I get. I think it's a habit thing more than anything. Yeah, definitely. What other commands should we add in? I'm just trying to think. I would like to do one where I can give myself items or fish. I'll just call this one give all. Oh yeah, weather command we can do. Just set all of the weather to a specific type. That would be good. So give all, what I need to do for this, it's going to be a little complicated. But we can go into the code that I use already because it's just sitting here. So this is what I do. I just add one fish, but I'm going to specify how many to add based off of argument 1. Right there. And then weather, I'll just pass in, let's see, for in global dot regions weather. I want to say global dot regions weather index I is equal to args 1. So I think I should be able to say theoretically here, weather ally dot weather dot rain. Does that work? Okay, they all became null. Okay, it's all null. Hey Munglo, thank you so much for the raid. welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, welcome in. We're currently just working on some commands for my game, Lured In. Going good. I just got to figure out, like, let's see, what is this region's weather? Yeah, it's just a list of... Oh, it's the ID has a string. Wait, that should be fine then. Right? Because I'm setting it to argument 1. I must have just not put in the right ID for the weather. Let's go look at what it's actually set to. Weather rainy? I think I didn't do rainy. I can say weather... Bro. Stop. Oh my god. Might be a little broken. Okay, we should be okay now. There we go. Wait. It didn't seem to actually set it. We'll figure it out. Yeah, every game you make yourself, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's fair. FK bit, gotta take out some trash for Has Been Day tomorrow. Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, anyways, Mongolo, what were you up to today on your stream? How's it going? Sorry if I didn't ask earlier. Why is this not working? Weather, rainy. Unless I just happened... Okay, yeah, it is working. It's just... Okay. I'm going to add in a little bit of error checking just in case I type in the wrong thing. Where I'm just going to say, if the ID I pass in isn't real, then don't do it. So we're just going to say, if args1... or if global.weather table.as args1. So if it doesn't have that argument, we're going to return and not do anything. So now if I do that and I put in like the wrong argument, it'll just not do anything. But then if I put in a valid weather type like that, then yeah, it works. All right, so we got that set up. Let's do give all should work. Let's try it out. So I have 36,000. I should be able to say give all, like give me that many. Okay, it didn't work. Oh, I had to say .2 int. Whoopsies. Boom. So now it just gave me 100,000. Yeah, for every fish. Cool. And we can also add in more granular commands too. I mean, we could say like reset fish or something is another command, and then we just loop through and set everything to 0. Boom. So now if I call that, you can see, oh, it didn't work. Oh, I said add fish. I want to set it to 0. Or I guess I could just get the amount of the fish. So I could say var amount is I dot, what is it? Inventory and index I. We have to get a reference for a global inventory. Let me read this. Finish first pass of adding Lua plugin support in my Twitch overlay. Let's go. Push that to itch. Fixed a few things. A different side project called Uta. Okay. Optional to get. Nice. Yeah, that's really cool stuff. Yeah, I've got some bugs with my overlay that I need to fix eventually. It's a little broken. So I'll have to do that. Let's see if this works now. Nope. Because amount. Oh, it's giving ID and amount. So I have to say entry.amount. Yeah, if you've got any links or anything that you want to drop in chat, you're more than welcome to. So feel free to do that. There we go. So now, there we go. It properly sets it all. And then if I say give all 100,000 billion or whatever, boom. Okay, so we've almost got all of our functions, I mean, implemented here. Let's go back into wherever it is. Aquarium. We've got some other commands I've been using in here. So research and money, those are done. I would like to reset all the research like that. Let's do that. As the ad. So this will just reset all of our research. So I'll say research, reset. Just do that. And we'll have one for completing Ola research too. Text on the overlay. Yeah, and I was amazed. Wasn't found a long time ago. Interesting. Okay. From my understanding, there is no current bugs in the cheese. Yeah, other than the clear cheese button. I think the cheese seems to be running okay. But yeah. Thank you for the cheese time. Oh, and rebuilding the message with rich text label. Okay, with static and animated emotes, I treated the key as index and resulted in animated emotes overriding static emotes. Ah, okay, yeah. The message shown on screen was just wrong. Okay. Very interesting. 2 cheese times. Oh my goodness. 3 cheese times. Oh god. No. It's the overlay edge page. Epic, yeah. And overlay. This is pretty crazy. So you can like spawn in emotes on screen. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's pretty fun. It's really fun to do overlay stuff sometimes. I've had a lot of fun with mine. As you can see, all the cheese. But yeah, that's really cool. So we got that one done. I'm not gonna worry about that one right now. Can't really time it properly. The bug 3 cheese time is the maximum. Yeah. Definitely. It is on desktop with click pass through, so it's a clear productivity increaser, and definitely, yeah. Oh man. Pretty epic. See, I'm gonna have another one in here. This is reset upgrades. And then I'm just gonna look through all the upgrade levels. So for I and upgrade levels, we're gonna say upgrade levels I is equal to 0. So that should reset all of our upgrades. Let's see if that works. So if we like have some stuff in here, then I call reset upgrades. Boom, all of the upgrades are gone. Pretty cool. Another cheese time, oh my goodness. Yeah, cheese time lasting. It might also be a bug. Yeah, maybe. God. Let's see here. There are some errors thrown in here. Ah, it's nothing. Let's go keep adding in our commands. Tutorial active is one I'd like to do. So I can go to the main menu. So I'll just say tutorial, and all that does is that. And also what I'm going to do for that then is set global dot aquarium visited count will be set back to 0. And the reason I do that is so that I can just activate the tutorial whenever I feel like it. So I can just say tutorial. Then if I go back in here, now the tutorial is active. I don't know why that went, but don't worry about it. Okay. Get rid of that guy, get rid of that guy. There's one here to reset the decorations. Reset the food boost time. The algae time. Yeah, otherwise I think we're at a good spot now. Yeah, aquarium decorations. I might just have one to clear all of the algae. I'll just say algae, then you set the time of the algae. So I'll say for I and mobile max tank count. we're gonna do this. I don't think there is like a set algae or something. Is there like a global algae? There's get algae time. All right, so what we're gonna do is this. We set the algae to whatever args1 is. To int. And we're gonna call a signal for this too. Tank grime change dot emit with I. So we should see if I run this, all of our tanks in here should remove their algae, or set it to whatever I set the algae time to. Oh, excuse me. And I think I did it wrong, maybe. Tank grime changed. I don't know why that didn't seem to work. It's not dirty in here. It should be in terms of seconds. Oh. Oh, right. It's like how many seconds until it activates, right? So if I set algae 0, it instantly makes all of them dirty. Then I can just set it to a large value. Boom. So technically I should be able to say algae inf, and now these will never become dirty. So yeah. Or I mean, they will never become... Wait. Yeah, once I clean them, then they will never become dirty again, because the timer is infinite. I think that's how that works. It's a little confusing. So thank you, gamers, for the bless. I think I'm in love with algae. I may need to seek help. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, yeah, no, I'm correct. So if I say algae 10 and then algae inf. Okay, I guess infinity gets calculated weird as like 0 or something, so you can just set it to a really big value like that and then it'll be fine. But algae 0. Anything below 0 I think should just be algae. Alright. That's nice to have. I feel like my little click sound is way too quiet. What's another sound I could use for this? I might use the pop sound instead. Yeah, that'll work. Let's up the volume too. That'll be fine. Alright, what other commands do we need? I don't need that anymore. I don't need to activate chef anymore. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this button now, finally. There is like remaining pot time and stuff. That's just for catching a fish, so I might do that as well. And food boost time and global caught. Let's see if we can integrate these. Calculator timer using algebra. Oh man, got all the water jokes today. I'm gonna set this to pot time, and then I just set global remaining pot time to args1.toInt. What that's gonna do is just immediately, if I set it to 0, it instantly catches a fish in all the pots. All the pots are set on just like one global timer, because it's just easier that way. We can also set the food boost time. Just do food boost. And then do the same thing here for I max tank count. Tank settings, I food boost time is equal to args 1.to float, actually. And same with this one. This is a float. And this one. I don't know why I'm doing 2int. That one makes sense for int, but yeah. Also, these are also floats. All right. So now I should be able to set the food boost time to whatever I want. I can just say, you know, food boost is equal to that many seconds. And now if I go in here, 2 hours. Yeah. See myself out. Oh, man. Is there oxygen pumps available for the tanks? Not yet, but it is one thing that I've been thinking about, like, that I want to add in the form of, like, a tank upgrade. Kind of like how we have a little bit where, like, when you buy, for example, the merchandise research, right? We go in here and click on that. It, like, appears here. So I want something like that where if you buy the little, like, oxygen aerator or pump, that shows up in the corner. So I think I'll do that as an upgrade. I don't know exactly what it's going to do yet. But we'll see. I could just do another like profit boost, but it starts to if it's only profit boosts, it seems a little wacky. So we'll see. Oh, will there be frogs? I would like to do other kinds of like water dwellers, yeah. I could see doing like frogs and turtles and all sorts of stuff like that for sure, yeah. Eventually. I think it could be cool. Man, I wonder what happened with the... Put up a YouTube video, a short, and it's just like... did really bad. Got 39 views, which is... The gray is the normal, and the blue is what it got. I don't know what happened. I might have to, like, re-upload that video. It's a little wacky. It'd be nice to get some bubbles in those tanks. Yeah, that would be epic, just to put some little aerators. I might even do some dynamic decorations, honestly. That might be the way I do the aeration. Just let people put decorations in that emit bubbles, because I want to do like the classic treasure chest that opens up with the bubbles that come out, you know. Maybe the algorithm flagged it. Yeah, I guess. I don't really know. Maybe that's what happened, but whatever happened, something bad. Because it did fine on Instagram. Yeah, I might just have to re-upload it. But YouTube is extremely weird about how it like recommends stuff, so I am gonna probably wait like at least a little while. A couple days. Maybe one day, we'll see. If it hasn't gone up by tomorrow, then yeah. Let's see. So yeah, commands are pretty much working. Pretty cool. I want to make it so when I open this menu, I instantly select this box, because it's really annoying how it doesn't do that right now. Because I have to do another button press. So we're going to do function changed right here. Super status enforced. And then if it's open, I want to go ahead and instantly grab focus. Grab click focus, I think is what I want. Let's try it out. No, I think it is just regular grab focus. As long as that'll make it start editing, we'll see. Yeah, so that's better. I don't know why that popped like it worked. Also, it's putting in text when I open it, so let's do that, and then also say, you know, reset the text here. Set it back to an empty string. It's funny because you can see when I press that button again before I close. You know. Oh, it died. I'm gonna have another check in here, which is if new text. If it's empty, then return. Don't do anything. That crash doesn't happen. Oh, it happened again. arg0 didn't exist, huh? Maybe I don't want that to ignore empty or whatever. I think that's what happened here. I passed in I did a space I think that's what happened, yeah. Yeah, it's fine now. Right, let's make sure it works. Let's say like algae 10. Yeah, we're good. Okay. One thing I'm also going to do is go ahead and convert all of my arguments into lowercase. So I'm just going to say new text is equal to new text.toLower, because I don't want that to be a random problem. Okay. Then I would like maybe some like one that I can reset decorations. So what I'm going to do for this, I think, is run through global aquarium decorations is that. And I also need to like tell all the decoration nodes that they've been updated. So actually what I think I'll do is this. Instead of just setting that to empty, I'm going to say for I in get tree, get nodes in group, decoration, aquarium decorations, I think is what it is. All right, so we get all those, and then I'm going to say I.set decoration to null or something, or an empty string. I think is what I do. I think. Let's try it. What's the reset decorations? Yeah, that actually worked. Okay. So that's nice. Just a little way to do that. Oh, like a command to force a new offer on the chef. I mean, it's pretty easy to do that because you can just say no thanks and then run chef and he'll walk back in with a new offer. So, but yeah, I could, how would I get that to work? Because the way that he like calculates the offer is a little, I'd have to like update the UI again. I think it would be too difficult to make that a command, but you can just do that, like update him and then tell him to go away and then call him back in. And then the final thing I want to do is set my like hot fish list. This is a very weird command, but there could be some potential use cases here. And I don't know if this is actually going to work. I have to see. But if I set that now, and like, let's say I go to travel, and I say caught fish, then I return, yeah, so it does work. So that's just a way I can test the little net thing if I need to. By just forcing what fish I've caught or whatever. But yeah, we should be good. I don't think I'm really going to use that command very often. All right, so I guess we literally just added commands. We have like a bunch already. Money, research, chef, give all, reset fish, weather, research, reset, reset upgrades, tutorial, algae, pot time, food boost, reset decorations. Yeah, lots of them. So yeah, if anybody has other ideas for commands, let me know. Obviously, commands are going to be cheating, so, you know, don't use them if you want to get achievements and stuff. I'm going to make it in the future where if you open the menu, it's going to disable achievements, so yeah, probably. Might also make it an option or something in here. Oh yeah, set maximum fish net. That can be kind of done by choosing like manually choosing the level of an upgrade. We could do one like that. We can just say set upgrade, and this is going to have a couple things, but we can say how do I like, I guess I'll call upgrade purchased. So var ID is args1 dot for that, and then var level is args2 dot toInt dot mit ID, and then what I can say is just global dot upgrade levels at index ID is equal to level. So theoretically, I can just buy a specific upgrade if I want. So I can say set upgrade li.upgrade.keepnet and set it to like 1000. And that did not work. I might call it larger keepnet. Let's see if that worked. There we go. So now it's set to level 1000. And you can see that's my weight limit. Number of customers. You can do that also with the advertising upgrade. So you can just say, you know, the same thing. Set upgrade. Upgrade dot advertising 10,000. And you can see them will wander in. It seemed like it only spawned in one, but if I go back to the main menu and then back in, uh-oh. Might have messed up. Oh my god. This is what happens when you have 10,000 customers. It's very laggy. Hold up, I gotta fix this. I've never seen this before. Just because it's been mechanically impossible to do it. How are they moving through the table? I don't know what's happening over there. Let's fix this. Set upgrade. li.upgrade.advertising. Let's do a more modest 1000. That should be fine. Oh. Would a command to show a list of upgrades? That'd probably be a good idea. That's much better. Yeah, I don't know how some of those guys are moving this way, like through the table. I am gonna have to kind of take a look at their pathfinding code, I think. Might be a real problem. Gives you a good look, though, of what the navigation map looks like for these guys. Killing these guys is a never-ending battle. I'll never destroy enough. New York City. Yeah. But let's do a help command. Help. And then what I'm going to do is just loop through. See, this is the problem with doing match, because now I can't, like, I don't know what the commands are. Because I can't loop through a match and read it. You know what I mean? How would I do this? Hey, the chef has arrived. Yeah, it's actually a lot harder to do a command like this than you'd think. Set time command. There is no, like, real time in the game yet. I don't know if there ever will be, so I wouldn't really. But I have been thinking about maybe one day doing a day-night cycle. Maybe. I don't know yet. But it's possible. Yeah, I don't know if a help command's gonna be feasible with the current, like, system, because it's just checking a big list of strings and then doing a thing. I don't know how I would actually do this. I'm gonna have to change the whole command system to have a help command. Because what I would probably do instead is do it more like with Starground, where I have a table of commands and it has the name and the ID and the prefix and maybe like a little help description too. Yeah, that's gonna be the play. Also, where would I display a help command? I guess I could add a little text box to this menu to tell you what's happened. Right? Eventually we'll do that. Man, I'm raking in the dough right now, guys. Upgrade merchandise. Even with like 3 fish. Yeah. I can put in a valuable guy in here. I need to give these guys real locations, like make them so you can actually catch them, you know? Look at that money go up. I'm making a lot of money. It's just a little bit of money. Nothing crazy. Don't even have any researchers or anything. That's pretty wild. Oh yeah, I don't have any ascension bonus right now. Next point, negative 64 quintillion. Okay. This is actually interesting because it shows us the maximum number of ascension points you could ever acquire, which apparently is 89 points. That's wild because it really highlights how fast the scaling goes up. I mean, that's a lot of points. Like, you can't ever use that many, but I think I'm gonna have to kind of change the formula for how the ascension points increase, because clearly the limits, the like money requirements are a little steep. I do want it to be exponential, like there will be a limit, but I think I'd want it more than 89. Right. Has anybody like reached a spot yet with Ascension where things really start to slow down? Or is that just not a thing yet? I don't know if anybody's actually played the game for that long yet, so I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably rebalance it because I don't want people to hit a hard like limit. Like 13, no reason to do more yet. Yeah, I do have some more ascensions coming soon with these, and then I want to throw in a couple more on top of that too. So there will be a reason to get more. As more ascension gets added to the game, I'm going to keep like rebalancing the rate at which the points climb here. So occasionally, if after a new update, you guys might see like your like threshold jumps way down or something, so it'll show only like 10,000 money and you have like 1 billion, so you'll get like 20 points for free. But yeah, if you want a key, I can throw one your way, Cankles, if you want to join in on the playtest stuff. We will be doing public playtesting eventually. I do have the page up and ready for that right now, so I'm just kind of working toward that version right now. But eventually, yeah, you can request access now. It's interesting to see what games are similar to Lured In. I mean, they make sense. Cast and Chill. Retro Rewind, it's like a shop simulator, bookshop simulator. It's all shop simulators. That's kind of, in a way, what Lured In is. It is kind of a shop simulator, if you think about it. Megaquarium. I gotta play Megaquarium. I bought it, and I just haven't played it yet. Gambler's Table, yeah. I feel like these all make sense. It's good because then it means if I'm seeing these games, when you are looking at the store page of one of these games, it's likely that Lured In will show up. You know what I mean? I don't think it does yet, but interesting. Yeah, I can totally do that. I think I messaged you on Discord before. Like, pretty sure. Is your name on Discord just Kinkles also? Can't remember. Oh yeah. Here. Okay, yeah. There we go. I can send that to you right now if you want. The version on there is kind of like old. There's a lot of new stuff that's coming soon, so be wary. You might want to restart the game again for this new update, but yeah. Yeah, if anybody's really interested in playtesting, I can throw you guys a key if you want. Just let me know. Message you? Yeah, thanks for that. But there you go. Let me know if everything goes well. I gotta set my customer count to something normal. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. I thank you. Let me also add you into the playtesting group on the Discord server. Somewhere. That's where all the like notifications for updates and stuff are. I'll give you the where's it? Alert and tester role. There you go. So you should be able to see the playtesting chat now. Waiting for the update to drop soon, very soon. I'm just I want to get like some of these last few things fixed, and then it's go time. So let's set that back down to like 20. That should be pretty reasonable. There we go. I can see again. Anyways. All right, so the thing that I actually wanted to do today, maybe it's time to work on that. What do you guys think? We had a little vacation working on the commands, but yeah. It is funny how setting money with that will like break the ascension stuff. I might have to, if I set money, I think I need to also change I have another variable that keeps track of my global total earned money, right? I'm gonna set that back to whatever args 1.2 float is. Probably. Just so if I say money 0, I get to like reset my ascension tree and kind of like work on balancing that rate of progression. So yeah. Yeah, haven't been nah, we've been completely distracted. Let's do the real thing. So what I wanted to do today is change the fishing mechanics, because right now the fishing is fine, but I think we can make it better. I've been talking about it, especially last stream we went over it. Right now you can only fish in a straight line, right? It's fine. I mean, it gets the job done, but I think it's a little like underwhelming because you don't really have a lot of control over the casting. So the fishing, like casting is kind of a nothing mechanic. There's no like engagement in terms of that aspect of the fishing, right? Because it's just like, okay, send the bobber out. So what I want to do instead is make it so you can choose like the direction of where you're casting. And then also one of the big reasons I want to do that is I want like little things to show up in the body of water that you're fishing in. So eventually there's going to be like a little bubble column or something, and then if you land your bobber on that bubble column, it gives you like a little boost, right? So that's what I want to do here. And also maybe just fishing up other stuff too. Maybe there's like a little treasure chest that bubbles up from the water that you can catch, you know? And it's like a timed thing, so you have to catch it before it like bubbles back down and disappears. Just little other little like games that you get to play while you're fishing, if that makes sense. So we're gonna work on that. What I'm gonna do for this is we're gonna create like a little indicator for where you're aiming. And I think we're just gonna do a line 2D. Like this. We'll just put it here. And then for points, 2 points, maybe 64 out or something. So we're just gonna have this kind of floating in front of the player. I guess it actually stems from your feet. We'll see. And then we're just gonna rotate it like this. It'll just go right. And we're just going to use the actual rotation value. So this will just kind of give you an indicator as to where you're aiming. We're going to give it a width curve. So it's going to make it like an arrow. Like that. And then also a fill gradient. Like this. And we're going to make this transparent on one end. Oops. So I think like that is what we're going to do. And I might change it to be like a little arrow or something. We'll figure it out another time, but this should work okay for now. And I think I am actually going to center this node like on the player, because that is where it all stems from, is the player's origin position. So we're going to call this anchor. So now we can rotate this node and it'll go like that. So we're going to calculate that now in our casting. So if we go to process, controller active, we're going to ignore all that stuff. So where do I get, like, I guess I'm not getting, no, I am somewhere with, I'm getting the mouse position to rotate the fishing rod. I'm pretty sure. It's right here. You calculate casting. Okay. So we are going to say player anchor dot rotation is equal to global position dot direction to get global mouse position dot angle. So if we load into the game, I believe that should work, but let's see what happens. It's not going to be like a huge gameplay difference to the way fishing works, but I think it'd be kind of fun. Also, that is not working. Oh, this is from the wrong position. That's why it's not working. I have to say from the position of the anchor. Now it works. So it'll just show the direction that you're about to cast in. So you can like aim this way and then it'll cast that direction. Now I'm gonna make this look better. I might even like make it so it shows the power of your rod. Like as you click and hold, it fills up that line, you know? But we'll see. I'm also gonna limit it so it can't go behind the player. So we're just gonna set a clamp on the rotation. Minimum is gonna be minus pi over 2. And maximum is pi over 2, I think. It should be 90 degrees. Yeah, so now I can't go behind. That would be a little weird if it did. So we're gonna have to significantly change the way the bobber like gets cast out and stuff. Because let's like figure that out. We have this variable cast point, and I'm pretty sure that's the position that we're setting it to. Yeah, so it's right here, cast distance, and then we're just gonna do that, and then rotate the value. Right. Let's see. Okay, so that's lerping in between those two values, and then I just say dot rotated toward. And we need another variable like of our cast angle. And we're gonna set that now whenever we say when we release our mouse right here. So we're gonna say cast angle is equal to whatever our anchor angle is, rotation. So back down on this now, we're just going to say rotated to cast angle. Let's see what happens. So it kind of does work a little bit. Whoa. But it's a little broken. Like there, it is rotating properly, but like there it does work. There it works. But some of these spots, it just goes like backwards like that. I have no idea why it's doing that. Like it should go up and then it goes down. So I don't know why. That's really weird. I think it's because it's doing... I see why. Yeah, I think I know what's going on here. So we're gonna have to change kind of how this cast point gets calculated. what is this? Power. So I'm just going to do something like this. And I think this will fix it, but it's going to completely ruin our, like, casting distance, right? So I'm angled up there. Okay, that doesn't work for some reason. Dot rotated cast angle. It should work. Let's print whatever cast angle is. Yeah, it's set to -1. Okay, I think what's going on here probably is that the tweening over here is not working. I would guess. This is whenever we let go of the mouse, so it should be working. Because it should say bobber global position to cast point plus 8 pixels. So why is it not going there? Let's go ahead and just print whatever cast point is. Always catch a big fish. Let's go. Welcome, man. How's it going? It's showing the proper value there. It's like it only wants to go to this one spot. What? Oh, it's because it's the spot relative to... Okay. I need to base this around the initial position that we're casting from. That's why it's all broken. So we're going to do it from that dot global position plus that. And now it should be working. Yeah. So now if we like cast up, and obviously the power we have here is way too low. So let's up it. So boom, we cast that direction. Boom, we cast that way. Yeah, it kind of works much better now. But I need to think about like the best way that this is going to work in terms of like how we can see where our thing is about to hit. Hey, Steamed Coco, thank you so much for the raid. Get steamed. That's crazy. Welcome in. How's everybody doing? I can't believe I just got steamed, guys. That's crazy. Yeah, what's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? So obviously that distance is way too small still. We probably want to go like double that. I'm just kind of figuring out like the maximum distance there. Yeah, that's pretty much, I think, where I'd want it to go maximum. Then if you do like half, it'll be like halfway into the pond. So here's the other thing too, is we've got to set like minimums now. If I just barely tap it, it doesn't make sense for it to start there at my feet. So I have to kind of like map these values now until they fit in with where the water is, and stuff like that is obviously very problematic. I shouldn't be able to cast directly up. So we're gonna have to fix all that. Working on remaking a Mori battle system. Okay. I haven't ever played a Mori. It seems neat, but yeah, maybe one day. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we've been just working on my game Lured In today. We were working on adding commands, and now I'm kind of messing around with doing some more interesting like casting mechanics. Before it was just you could only cast in a perfectly straight line out from the player, but now I'm experimenting with letting the player like choose the direction they cast in. It's gonna be kind of janky. I'm gonna have to like get it figured all out, but hopefully it'll work. Yeah, turn-based battle system. Just want JRPG stuff. Nice. Is that what engine are you using for that? Yeah, I shouldn't be able to cast down like that. That's it's a little bit broken. Godot, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, we're also using Godot. Very cool engine, not gonna lie. So I think what I want to do now is map all of the regions where our bobber can actually land. Because right now it's a little broken. And I guess what we could do for that is either like we could do a region 2D, so it has like a polygon, or we could do like a tile set. I think I'll probably do like a region 2D or something like that. Let's experiment. So I think I have pond region here. I can give this, or maybe it's like a polygon 2D is what I want. And I think there is a function for polygon 2D that checks if it has a point. But maybe not. Nope, it does not. But one of these do. It might be a navigation or a collision polygon. Does this one have as point? Or it might just be a packed vector 2 array. Has, and then value. That's just a, no, that's just if an array has it. That's not the same thing. What's the other one I'm thinking of then? I guess it is a navigation region 2D. Because I know that that does indeed have this line in here, I think. RID, oh, I swear it had it. If like it has a point, get bounds. Okay, apparently that doesn't have it either. Maybe neither of those is what I want, I don't know. But I know there's a way you can check if a polygon has a point. Getting too strong in here. I know there's a way to do this. Oh, geometry is point in polygon. That's what it is. So yeah, I should be able to just do whatever kind of polygon I want. And just kind of manually define the areas where like the bobber can actually go. All right, just something like this. Doesn't really have to be super perfect. And I think it can be like, oops. Convex. So that would be like our bobber region where you can actually cast to. Then I can go through here and adjust it if I want. And then I think I can just call like geometry has point or whatever, I believe. Might have to do like a couple things like that. Hopefully it isn't going to be too laggy or anything to call that function. Let's see. It's really cool that this menu is here. I don't remember this menu, but maybe this is a new, or I just haven't ever done polygon 2Ds. I don't know. You can anti-alias it if you want. Don't need to do that. Because all I need to know really on this is just the polygon, which is this guy. So let's just call this bobber region. Now we've got to figure out how we can calculate all this. So what I would like is like a way to get the closest point to where we're casting or something. That would kind of be the best thing. It's that, or we just make it so if you cast outside of the water, it just fails, you know? That's another thing that we could potentially do. I'm not sure yet. So let's mess with this. Geometry 2D dot. There is get closest points to segment or between segments, but that's not really what I want. And there's is points in polygon, and that's kind of the big thing here. So that we can know whether we've collided with water or not, I think. Yeah. I think this is gonna work. I might also have like a little marker. Maybe instead of the arrow, we just have like a little tiny dot for where you're about to cast to. And that might be a little bit cleaner. Because we've got this guy. Then we can just move this out depending on the amount. So we could say, let's add a little node, not a node, a sprite. Call this like a target, right? We'll just give it a temporary sprite for now, but we'll change it to something better later, probably. Like, let's just set it to this icon, right? Make it tiny. And then we just set that target's position depending on the cast value. Right? I think it's like up in here, right here. So we say target.position.x is equal to hour times 256. And then if I restart the game, see what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna have to really think about how I want to go about this, because like this is the only thing about this letting people cast wherever is it does kind of, you know, cause some potential complexities, right? And then I think I want to set this not to power, but to last power or something like that. Yeah. So I can see where I'm about to cast to, right? It's like a little target. Kind of like that. And I guess that'll be a good thing. I'm not 100% sure. But also, I only want these to update like if we're actively casting. So if whatever, if casting, I think is what I want to do there. Yeah. That's what I want. And then they'll just start to fade away. Yeah, this would give you a pretty good idea of where you're able to cast to. And we do need to fix stuff like this though, right? I don't want people to be able to cast out here. So maybe I have like a thing where, I don't know, how would I do it? I could just limit the mouse to only regions in here that you can actually reach. But I guess like, how do we know that? Because like, what if we have a little protrusion here? And you start casting and then it goes into the red region. What do I do in that scenario, right? Do I just like make it so the bobber doesn't go in the water and just instantly reel it back in? Because that is one option. Also, now it feels odd to have maximum cast like do stuff. Because it's not always the best solution, right? Yeah, we really have to think about this. I mean, what do you guys think? Any thoughts or opinions? Like, do you think... What is the question I want to ask here, I guess? Is it worth it to let the player cast wherever they want? I just don't know. I mean, I could see it potentially being interesting, but I also worry that it might add in a mechanic that just is unnecessarily complicated. But I just don't know. So it's really tiny. Set that to 1. All right, we can have this little like target node. And then like, see, how do I deal with stuff like this? Because that obviously looks very wrong when the line goes up like that. That's a little weird. Because in that case, if you're like pointing like that, the line should just be straight. It's like inverse of what it should be. I think for a fishing game like this, casting wherever you want is something I'd almost expect. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's why I want to know, like, I want the mechanics to be in line with what the expectations for fishing are, right? I mean, we can make it work. What I can do is grab the points from this area, check if the point is inside of the water, and then if it's not, just like I'll just like make the bobber reel back in, you know, like you hit the ground. But I really do want to prevent stuff like this though, where you're able to cast off screen, because that's not ideal. I don't want people to really be able to do that. Maybe I just need to decrease the player's casting power, but I want to make sure they can get out to the edge, though. That's the thing. It's tricky. Yeah, it's hard to say. Then let's copy this. So I want to lerp this toward full visible when we are actively casting. And then otherwise, if we aren't, I want it to go invisible again. Oops. Copy that. Bring it back towards 0, but much slower. I've had it slowly fade out. Let's see what this looks like. Or I might just have it match the modulate of our progress bar. That's probably what I'm going to do. So that dot modulate is equal to that. It's just easier that way. Yeah. I think your best bet is get the points of the pond and then check the bobbers within the pond points. If not, then reel the bobber back in and do some sort of message. Yeah. It's probably going to be the best way to do it. I do need to figure out like situations like this. I mean, I guess I can let people do that, you know, but it's just like, it seems weird, like it shouldn't happen. And I need to fix this, right, where if the position is above my rod, I need to flip the value of whatever line strength is. I have that, it's like, it's called tension, then target tension and stuff like that. So, and because I do it here. I think what I'll say then, when I'm setting tension to that, I'll say if bobber position is less than, you know, my fishing rod tip, I don't know if I have a reference to that anywhere. What's that called? Rod tip. Did I get that anywhere? Oh yeah, right here. Oh, this is called start point. Okay, then let's just put this down here. So if that's less than start point dot global position dot y, then I want to flip the value of tension, otherwise keep it at its normal value. I think that should fix it. So I want to say set it to negative target tension. Let's see if that works. Oh, I don't know why I said that. And we already get global position there, so let's just say end point. So now when I cast up here, it's still broken. What happens if I cast just normal? See, that's fine. And then that doesn't matter. The position is definitely less than that, so it should be flipping the tension. Just seems like it doesn't work. Also, if possible, not sure, but you can check if the player is casting toward the pawn, then allow. If not, then don't allow. Yeah. So like check where the mouse is pointed toward. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably the way to do it. This is still not working. I also don't like how I can like cast backwards. That's bad. See, it should reverse the tension, I would think. Because I say midpoint y times tension. Let's get this figured out. What happens if I just set that back to normal? And nothing really happens. So I'm adding this point. Let's figure this out. It's complicated. So midpoint is end point minus start point. So this is getting a position between the two. And then I'm multiplying the y value times tension. So that doesn't really make any sense, right? Shouldn't I be like adding tension or something? Because then now out here, what is this other value in here? Oh, it's like doing it's a Bezier curve, right? Well, Connor, thank you for the speen. Let's just multiply tension, see if I can get this to a value that actually does something. So that does work right there, kind of. But now it's inverse with the tension. We can see then when it's above my position up there, it looks like it does work, but it's quite odd. So let's get rid of that negative value there. It's like I want to do the inverse now. Let's print out what tension is. I need to understand that value. Okay, so it's at 0, and then it becomes positive. So it's like a 0 tension is just nothing. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. So I want to do tension minus, or 1 minus tension. Like this to get the inverse value. So that should work. So, Lanrakes2, if I said that correctly. Thank you for the follow. I forgot to use Twitch on my laptop. My phone's battery was on the verge of exploding. Oh yeah, so I haven't been able to use it for a bit. That's crazy. One of them Android phones. Okay, that actually seems to be fixed now. I think that's what I want the rotation to do, or the tension on the line. I actually almost kind of like how it's like a little curved when you first cast, because it feels like it's like got some like physics to it, even though it doesn't. I think that could work. Doesn't seem like it really does much bending. So I might increase this multiplier a little bit, like 20 times or something. Does mean that occasionally the line like goes below, but I think that's actually fine. Nice. Because then if I'm like pulling it one way, yeah. I think that's fine. And if I cast up there above, yeah, doesn't reverse direction now. I always wanted to hang down regardless of like where the bobber is, right? Because otherwise it just looks really weird. I guess I could do some kind of calculation or something where I check the distance from the tip of my rod to where the bobber is. But that's not how tension works. This is how tension works. I think this is actually just a better way to do it. Yeah. Tip of my rod. Yikes. So it seems like for some reason when I'm in a mini game I don't have any tension. I don't know if that's... I feel like I should have some. Or maybe even like sine wave it so it like goes back and forth between the two. Yeah, I don't think I do, but that was a big one. But it's better. Okay. I think we're on the right track here. I'm going to make some further modifications to our little like overlay thing. Let's hide our tension. It stops printing. Back into here. So we have this direction indicator line 2D. And we can modify this more. We can like lower the width if we want. I might not even do the width curve so much anymore, kind of more like that. And then for the capping, I can do end cap is rounded. And then I'll probably just keep that second point on there equal to whatever the position is of our other node. So we can go do that. The target node right here. Then I can modify this direction indicator. I'll just rename this to indicator. And then say points at index 1 is equal to last power times 256. So now as I go to cast out my rod, apparently, oh right, I have to restart. That little line should like go with where the little target node is so I can see better where I'm casting. I think. At least that's the idea in theory. I mean, I don't know if it'll actually work. And it still dies. Because apparently I can't get points 1. Points at index 1. Oh. Dot X. Whoops. Yeah, you can see that little line now, and it doesn't line up at all with anything. Oh, it's because it's, I don't think the position starts at 0. Yeah, let's do that. And also the Y position is just at 1 for some reason. Alright. There we go. So now it just shows like a little line. Like, I still don't even know if that's what I want. It's really hard to say. Because then it kind of becomes difficult to see your target. So I think I might inverse the alpha transparency on this a little bit. Right? Kind of like make it full alpha right there. I don't know why that's not appearing. Oh, because it has a 0 distance. What? Oh, it's because it only has 1 point. But technically I can't do that. If I could do like that, then begin mode can be rounded. And then I want this to kind of be below everything, so I'm gonna set that to -1. And so many games I want to play, and they're all in early access. I feel it. There's a lot of games like that. Yeah, I guess Starground included. Still don't know if this is the vibe I want. But this little casting indicator. I just don't know. I might have to look around at like some other games and see like if there's any that I like. Yeah, one game I did grab recently is a Star Rupture. It's like a automation game that's in early access. It's pretty interesting, but it's kind of, I feel like it's sort of missing a couple things. It's cool, but yeah, it needs a little more work. The automation in Star Rupture feels really weird because, like, I don't know. It feels like there's kind of no reason to automate, I guess. It's a little weird. Yeah, Starground as well. Yeah, I know. I need to work on Starground more, but it's so draining. I'll play that one as well, but again, early access, yeah. Yeah, I just try and go into it like knowing that it's early access, you know, and just be like, all right, I'll give this a try, but it's probably not going to be exactly what I want yet. I'm gonna see if I change the rotation region, if that would make this better. Okay, that was not enough. I need to do 4. So that does kind of limit where I can cast, which is better, because I don't really want people to cast directly downwards or anything, because it just looks really janky. Also, I need to make it so like this initial casting distance or whatever starts so it doesn't go to 0. So I'll try and figure that out. I could probably get that working. Yo, Robbie, welcome in. How's it going? Like, Eden Crafters looks cool. I think I've heard of that one. Yeah. Let's see. Connor, the land is fake. He's surrounded by water. The fish are expanding into their territory. I don't know about all that, but maybe. Yeah, what is Eden? Is Eden Crafters the one where you're on Mars? No, that was a different one I was thinking about. Oh, although this is the exact same game. There's another game literally just like this. I think it's called Planet Crafter or something. This game. I do have this game. It's... When were these? Okay, Planet Crafter was released before Eden Crafter. They're like the same game. But yeah, I have this game. It was pretty fun, but, you know. Actually, this game is in 1.0 now, which is cool. Apparently 2.0 is coming out, which is going to be epic. So I do want to try this game again. I played originally, but it didn't really have a whole lot of content because it was an early access, but... did I find a job yet? No, I'm still making games. But we'll see how things go with Lured In. It would be kind of cool to work at like a game development studio. But it would be even cooler to make my own game, so we'll see. Planet Crafter is fun, but kind of slow. Yeah, it is big time for sure. That's the one thing I didn't really like about it, is you just kind of have to wait forever. Yeah, I mean, this game could be interesting too, but I don't know. Yeah, sometimes gaming is like, the motivation aspect of it is really difficult, because like, I could buy those games and give them a try, but also what if I just played Factorio again? Right? So it's always hard to say. But I don't know. Here. I do want to play Factorio again sometimes. It's about time. All right, let's figure out how we can set a minimum like distance on this guy here, right? So I think I'm just gonna define a value here. So that's gonna start going up, because I set this to all that stuff. So if we're casting, I'm gonna say cast distance is equal to power times 256. But I'm gonna like clamp it to a minimum value, I guess. How could I do this? I want to get a range between the two, right? Or I guess I could just do this. Lerp from like my minimum X distance to my maximum, which is then do it between power. So like 256 power. So that's my, and then do that on, actually it doesn't matter. We'll just do that. Then set all of this to be cast distance. We'll try that. I guess I'll do last power, yeah. We'll see what that does. I think that should now set a minimum distance that I cast out, yeah. And then now, instead of doing what I'm doing down here for calculating my distance, I just set that to whatever my cast distance was. So now, this is what it looks like, yeah. That's a lot better, just so we don't get like, I don't want the bobber going back into the player's feet. Right? It just feels really weird. So that's much better. See, Soul Mask is going 1.0. I have not heard of Soul Mask. Oh, this seems interesting. Okay. It's like Egypt coded a little bit. Primeval continent shaped by the mask's power. Seems interesting. Does give me a little bit of Ark vibes, but hopefully it doesn't play like Ark. I hate Ark. If I'm being real. 800,000 players, that's crazy. Soul and Mask. Yeah, this one seems cool. I might have to try it out. Oh, Valheim and Conan Exiles? Okay, well that would be fine then. Valheim is pretty fun, I like that game. Cool. Yeah, I might have to check that one out. I'm gonna up the minimum here just a little bit to like 48. That should be pretty good right there. Yeah. So now we're gonna get it set up where I guess if you cast into the land like that, it'll just instantly return. That should be pretty doable. I think that would be fine. I mean, there's no real problem with letting people fail. You know what I mean? I mean, just like don't do it. And it'll be okay. Then we'll check the point on this mask here. This is probably going to be the place. Let's go back into the pond. I want to call this something like consistent. So we're just gonna call it water region. So whenever we load in a region like this, I think we do this in ready in here. I want to, you know, grab that reference. I have like 10 games about them waiting for 1.0. Star included, yeah. Soon. I think definitely this year for sure, Starground 1.0 will come out. Okay. But yeah, this year, maybe I think she thought I said her name, is the 1.0 year for Starground for sure. I'm not setting any promises because like I just want to take my time and get everything like actually to a point where I'm somewhat happy with, right? Yeah. Because I see a lot of early access games leave early access just because people are like, this game's been in early access too long. And then they launch the game and, oh, what? The game sucked and was bad? It's almost like they rushed the release or something. So I don't want that to happen, right? Yeah, I think an undercooked game is definitely worse than a delayed game, so... Yeah, I mean, Starground, it's not like it's been an extremely long time in early access compared to other titles, right? Like, this game, yeah, it's been about, like, 2 years longer than Starground. Same with, like, oh, man, don't get me started on freaking, Project Zomboid has been in early access for eons. 2013. It's been more than a decade in early access, so... And this game is vastly successful, so I don't think being in early access is a terrible thing, right? Oh yeah, 7 Days to Die, that's been... It finally actually exited early access, but guess what? It was underbaked. They didn't fix things. Yeah. What is this? 7 Days Blood Moons. It's like a spin-off RTS. Okay. But man, they really screwed this game up. I'm not gonna lie. They made some changes for 1.0 that I just thought were so stupid. Like, one thing they did is they blocked all the regions so you can't travel anywhere anymore. And then they also made a change where, like, they just, like, Fortnite-ified the game, basically. That's practically what happened. Apparently, they just got bought out by Behavior Interactive, so... I hope they make the game better. Yeah, I don't know. The updates they've been doing are just whack. They've like made the game like an arcade game or something. It's just they've made it not a survival game anymore. It's really weird. Yeah, I do not like what they've done to the game. And apparently now they're doing V2. What, Storms Brewing? Is this a DLC? I'm sure. Shut up. Is it literally a DLC? No. I guess it's just an update. Ugh. Yeah, anyways. It's pretty fricked up. I don't know how they're gonna save that one to be real. Actually, on this, I don't even need to get a Polygon 2D. I just need a... I guess it's just a packed vector 2 array is what it is. I think I say that, .polygon. And then now when I check all the bobber stuff, I can see whether it's landed inside of that region or not. So let's go down here. It's like on wherever I do the lerping, or I do a tween, I think. Wherever I call splash, right here. So now I can say geometry 2D dot has point is not inside triangle. his point in polygon and then pass in the point and the polygon. So this is going to be cast point, and we'll pass in our region, or our water region polygon. And I just want to print out what this says, and we'll figure out what it does after. I'm looking at Blossom, the Seed of Life. Let me check that one out. Oops. Interesting. So what is this one about? Yeah, another like terraforming game. Could be neat. It's more of a cartoony vibe. Definitely gives me very strong Astroneer vibes in terms of gameplay mechanics. Like having the car with like the chain buggies and stuff. It looks like it also uses that same system with items where it's got like the little points that items snap onto. Yeah, it definitely is like a Astroneer clone, sort of. But could be neat. I don't know. The world looks pretty empty, not gonna lie. Also, you can see the tiling terrain texture pretty bad there. But could be fun. Taking the cartoony vibe, that's fair. Gameplay always beats graphics. Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, honestly, not to dismiss the game, but when I look at this, I just think Astroneer seems like a much better game overall. It's got like all the same mechanics from what I can tell, with like you can chain your rovers and stuff, but it's actually like fun to explore the environments in Astroneer. But yeah. Because it's got like the tethers and stuff or whatever. Apparently they're using Gemini to mock up buildings. Yeah, this is giving me a little suspicious vibes. I don't know. Yeah, this is the dilemma as a gamer. It's like, what is this little thing? Did they make that themselves? I guess so. Astroneer feels like a fun with friends game. Yeah. I've had a lot of fun with it just solo before too. It's pretty neat. It's definitely more like Astroneer is much more of an exploration game in my opinion than it is like a base building game. Like you do go and explore and gather materials to build objects and quote unquote factories, but like it's not quite, it doesn't feel like playing Factorio or something. That's more of like making like an automation production line and stuff. So but it is really fun. I don't like some of the things they've done. The DLC is pretty bad. Not Megatech, but the Glitchwalkers DLC I think is terrible. I just don't know. I don't know what the point of this DLC is. It's very boring, so don't get that. I haven't played Megatech, but I don't think I will, because it's mostly negative, so I think that says a lot. The base game is fun, though. I wonder why it's so bad. Like, what happened? Okay. So it just needs a lot of materials. Yeah, too bad. Because I was actually excited for Megatech. Because that's what I want out of Astroneer is automating, but... No friends I play solo. I mean, honestly, I usually prefer playing games solo anyways. Multiplayer games, I'll be real. Like, it's fun to play with other people sometimes, but unless the game is designed to be played with other people, I just don't think it's ever really worth it. Like, I've played Factorio with other people and stuff, and it can be fun, but like, people don't feel like playing it, and then it just becomes such an obstacle to actually ever play something. You don't ever do it anymore. So, oh, it's made by Pretty Soon. I've seen this publisher. Been a couple games. But yeah, it's yeah, I'm more of a single player gamer, honestly. I want to see if this works now. Let's look at output. Did it just crash? It crashed. That's bad. I'll try it again. I'm a little worried about that though. I don't want the game to start randomly crashing. So true. Then over there is false. So false. False. True. I mean, it seems like it's working. False. And if I get it like right on the edge, that was technically false. Or right there, it's true. Okay. I don't know what that crash was all about. It might have just been a fluke. Also, sometimes like you can see my power, like right there. Look, it just stopped moving. Oh, if I start clicking and then move my mouse below here into the stuff, it doesn't work anymore. That's very interesting. Okay, that's a bug I do actually need to fix, because then you can like, it creates like a broken state. It's really weird. So I think I have a check for that, like is inside fishing zone or something. What do I call that? I have a variable to check for that. Active. What is it called? Minigame active. Reeling. Well, let's just go to when we say whatever is input. Oops. Oh. Input pressed. Oh, it is action pressed. That's what I'm thinking of. An input active. So that's the one that it checks for. So I'm not going to do that. I'm literally just going to say... but I guess I do need to know that, don't I? Okay, input active, input active. Then right there, keep net full. This is cast zone, entered and exited. Okay. Reward yourself with bug finds, yeah. Wait, so this is literally just checking whether a menu is open or I'm in the cast zone. But I don't want that other stuff to stop. So I'm gonna check where I say not just pressed, but when it's actively held. Right here. I don't actually want to really check for input active anymore. And then also for released, it doesn't make sense to check for input active because those should happen regardless of what goes down, right? So I can't like start the cast when I'm down in here, when I'm clicking on buttons. But then if I'm in here and I start, I can still let go and cast even if my mouse moves on to one of these buttons. So yeah, that's going to be important. Okay. I stream game jams sometimes, right? Yeah. It would be fun to see thought process from start to more or less functional game. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, I do game jam stuff. There was a Down to Jam that happened recently, but I didn't join in on it because I was really busy with Lured In. But yeah, it is fun to do jams every once in a while. I wouldn't be opposed to just doing a tiny little jam, just like literally a 1-day jam, one of these streams. Can I make a game in 4 hours kind of thing, right? That could be fun. If that is something you'd like to see, I mean, I could totally, like, pick a time for that, right? I wouldn't be opposed to doing that this Wednesday or something. I think I could make something in 4 hours. It wouldn't be a super great game, but it'd be a good little training exercise, you know? I'd have to be, you know, I can't get distracted at all, because otherwise then that's lost time, but that's fine. I'll just have to lock in. Would you make it a YouTube upload? Maybe. I could. If I was going to do a challenge run like that, I could see definitely making it a YouTube video. Yeah. I did do one YouTube video about one of the jams we did a while ago. It was for, whatever it's called. The GMTK jam for a game Buzz Off. Where is that? It was a little while ago. Yeah, it'd be easier for people who can't watch live. No, yeah, I totally feel it. So, where was that? It was a long time ago. Yeah, this video. It was only 48 hours for that jam. I really like shorter jams like that. Honestly, I feel like 3 days, whatever, 72 hours is too long sometimes. I'm gonna be real. I really like how short some jams are. And actually, making a game in 4 hours would be pretty awesome because it means I don't have to go to bed. Or like, I can do it all before I go to sleep and I can just stay on a normal sleep schedule, you know what I mean? So that would be pretty cool. Yeah, I might do that. Yeah, I need to make more YouTube videos. Eventually. Yeah, well, maybe I'll do a 4-hour game jam on Wednesday and then make it a YouTube video. I could start stream a little bit earlier than normal, just so I have, like, time to get it, do the full 4 hours before I end stream. 24? No, 4. Only 4. Not giving myself a whole day. That would be too much time. Yeah. I could do 4. It's not going to be a very good game, but that's kind of the fun part about it, is like, really how much of a game can you make in only 4 hours, right? So, it'd be kind of fun. Yeah, maybe I will. Wednesday will work for me if I remember it. Yeah, that's the usual stream day, so that, or I just do it next weekend. It's up to you. Yeah, 4 hours is going to be hard. I'd have to make a really simple game. I might need people to suggest themes for me, right? Just to keep things on track a little bit. Because otherwise, if I don't have any guiding force, it would be 1 hour making it 3 hours, figuring out why it's not working. Yeah. Very true. That would be crazy to do a 1 hour or 4 hour game. I'm just trying to think. I'm working through my brain steps right now, right? Like how I would do it. I think I need to figure out a concept for the game in like the first like 10 minutes, right? Because I need to maximize my development time as much as possible. Yeah, if you guys want to brainstorm themes, go ahead. Yeah, like 10 minutes for the concept. I'd have to do like, it really depends on the theme, right? For like what kind of game I would make. Theme, brainstorm. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. That could work as a theme. Because I could take it multiple... Yeah, right. There's like multiple paths you could go. You could do like... You're inside of a brain and there's a storm happening or something. Or you could do more of like a... Take it at the more practical definition, like brainstorming stuff. Or maybe it's just storming and brains are raining down from the sky. Brain neuron automation game. It would be so hard to make an automation game in 4 hours. Oh my god. I don't know if that's possible. There's definitely certain genres that I would not be able to do in 4 hours. It would be cool though. Maybe like the first thought was like a 60 seconds kind of thing where it's like you've got to like there's like a big event happening and you have to prepare, like the brainstorm. But I'll save it for Wednesday. I don't want to cheat and come up with ideas now. So yeah, multiplayer fighting. I think I'll make an MMORPG. I think that's a really easy genre to tackle for 4-hour game jams. So yeah, but I'll write it down. Speaking of brain neuron games, have you seen the old Creatures game series? I think I have heard about that. I mean, I know about Spore. I think Spore was inspired by that or something. Creatures game. Was it made by the guy who made Spore? Hold on. Steve Grand. Toby Simpson. No. Oh, you got it running? Let's go. Yeah, I've never played this game before. Ah, but man, it's got that classic vibe, you know? It's pretty awesome. This image really reminds me heavily of like Scott Cawthon games. Which is interesting. Like, not Five Nights at Freddy's, you know, but his original game, The Desolate Hope. Right? It gives me strong Desolate Hope vibes. With like the pre-rendered backgrounds and stuff like this. Especially like the outside scenes like this. Very similar aesthetic. That's pretty cool. Spore is goated. Spore is goated. I wish there was a modern day Spore. I've seen some like indie developers attempt to make modern Spore, but it just doesn't really hold up. Spore is still so epic. Because the thing with Spore is that it's like a, you know, it's an experience. It's not just a little tech demo like most people try and make. Is this the game? This is, I guess, a Steam version of it. Of Albanese, yeah. Wish there was a modern Creatures, but I think I'd have to make it myself, yeah. That's honestly a really good, it's an opportunity that a lot of people miss out on is old games that can be remade with modern hardware and software. Like there's a free wealth of game ideas, right? Like Creatures is a prime example. It's a game that was like really cool and epic, but is so dated that it's kind of been like lost to time, right? Just because of how old it is. It's like 30 years old or something, right? So yeah, making like a modern day game like that could be really cool. I mean, I haven't played this game, so I don't know much about it, but I imagine there's a lot of potential. We're not quite 30 years old. Is that the original? No, that's Internet Edition. I don't know which one was the first one. Creatures 2. Creatures Life Kit 1. Oh, 1996. There it is. Get on it, yeah. The problem is how to make the genetics of it. Probably lots of coding, which I personally don't mind, but it's not so much just getting things looking good, yeah. I think, honestly, genetics aren't as complicated as you think it would be. I think the way to do it is like basically just assign a couple different variables for like their genetics, right? Or like values that can change, right? And then with each like generation, you kind of just take the average of your two parents' values and sprinkle in a little bit of mutation, right? Just like modify the value by a very slight amount. And that's like a really easy way to do genetics, right? You could have like assign different behaviors to a number and then just modulate the numbers. Yeah. Code for creatures is out, so it's just about understanding how they did it. Oh, okay. Interesting. Mostly a time issue. No, it's, yeah. I mean, it's time consuming. Making games takes a long time. That would be cool. Yeah, there's a lot of games I would love to like see remade. There is like Total Annihilation is a really cool game, but there is hold on. Annihilation game. But there is a modern version of this game already, called Planetary Annihilation. So that's already been done. This game is pretty fun. It's definitely got it's reminiscent of the original Total Annihilation game, sure. Yeah, there's like Spore is definitely a big one that could be super awesome if redone today. I don't know. There's a million ideas out there. Just have to find them, you know? Maybe that's like the next game I'll do. Is sort of a spiritual successor to a really old game. Any subject is easy if you think it's fun. That's very true, yeah. Hardest thing about cybersecurity is the rules and regulations. What kind of rules and regulations are there that you have to deal with? Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Oops, and then say water region is equal to that. And I want to say poly.visible is false, so I don't randomly see it there. Just find someone working on a similar game in cybersecurity and then their system to take it, yeah. Stuff like laws, DRP, or GDPR, privacy, integrity, yeah. I imagine that would get very annoying. Pasta. That's crazy. Yeah, that's always the worst part about anything. Is laws and the government. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is whenever we cast down, so we do the splash effect here, I'm gonna see whether, you know, is water, oops, is equal to that. And then we're gonna change what it does depending on what happens here. I'll actually do that first up here. And then if we're in water, do the normal stuff. Otherwise, I want to say just go ahead and immediately reel, right? And then what is this? Get tree, create timer, show progress bar. Okay. That can just stay how it is, yeah. So I think that should work. Let's just see what happens. So now if I hit somewhere that's not water, yeah, it just immediately reels back in. I'll do like some effect, like we'll have like a little dirt cloud or something kick up when you land on the dirt. It's gonna be a little more tricky to figure this out in other regions, like for example, the lake, right? that's kind of a whole thing. But at least in the pond, it's really easy. Cars are evil. There's also the hacking equals fun. Reading laws is not fun. Yeah. Very true. Yeah, it's a valuable skill though. Even if it's boring sometimes, it's very important. You know, cybersecurity experts get paid the big bucks because imagine the kind of liability a company like Google would have if they have like a data breach, you know, potentially millions or billions in fines. So that's what a cybersecurity expert is worth it to them, right? A lot of money. By the way, have I seen Khalit? I've not. Oh no, I've seen this. So this is yeah. It's like a survival game, but it's rubber hose. I've seen this around on X and stuff, I think. It seems pretty fun. Yeah. I would love to check it out. I don't know if it's out. Okay, there's a demo. But yeah. When is it actually like coming out? I don't know. I guess it hasn't been announced yet. Yeah, this could be cool for sure. The only thing though is I guess I just hope that it doesn't just, it's still like a good game at the core, because I think one thing I've seen before with really hyper stylized games is they just care about the visuals, and clearly a lot of development time is going into the visuals, which is cool. It looks epic, but I hope they're not forgetting to make the survival aspect of it actually fun. We'll see. But yeah, I have been watching this one though. It's made by like they've made a couple games before and stuff, so I'm hopeful it's a good game. They did this game. Unknown Tapes. It's kind of interesting. I'm not trying to do it because of the money, but yes, I do hope to make some extra, yeah. No, I do feel it though. Yeah, I mean, I never went into computer science for the money. If I wanted money, I definitely would have done something else. But also, if you are their cybersecurity and you fail, you'll probably take the fall. It's hard to say. I'm not a lawyer or anything, but like, usually it's like a big group of developers, so you can't ever really just like blame one person. I think most of the time in cases like that, it is the company that takes the blame. That's the whole reason to form a corporation, because then individuals don't get legal liability. But yeah. Just blame the intern, yeah. An organization, people usually work together. Placing anyone in security is probably difficult. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, usually stuff like that, it seems like, oh, Google's stupid. But a lot of the time, it's not really the company's fault. As long as you're following all of the legal regulations, right? But yeah. Cybersecurity is hard, and people are constantly coming up with new ways to beat it. So it's like, it's a never-ending chase. Cat and mouse game, you know? New security feature gets built, security feature immediately gets destroyed and exploited. That's how it goes. What is this? The bundle with the soundtrack is cheaper than the base game. That's interesting. What? Is the soundtrack free? No. I guess it's just so cheap that the 20%, that's an interesting tactic. All right, anyways. Even if the intern screws up and opens a back door, the whole company should learn from it and remove the back door. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in cases like that, I don't think it's the intern's fault, definitely. If the company lets an intern do something that bad, then it's the company's fault, you know? But yeah. All right, then we got the lake here. So this is going to be a big guy. We're just going to create a new poly 2D. And now we're going to start drawing in our nodes. Luckily, it's not like that bad to create these region things. It's a little annoying, but I'm not going to really worry so much about the precision out here because you're never going to be able to cast out there. So I'm just going to like be super rough with it, all right? But then as we sort of get back in here, that's where I care again. Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to cast out here ever in practice, but you never know. What if somebody mods the game or something, right? There we go. So now what do I call this? I call it a water region. So let's just keep that consistent. So anyway, you can mark the lake, like put the border on the blue, 10 pixels from the... Yeah, I mean, theoretically, what I could do is instead of manually drawing out these regions, I could like... There's a couple options. I could use a physics layer and assign it to each tile that I place down. And there is some problems with that though. Because the thing is I need to generate a polygon at the end of it, right? So it's like, how do I know where the polygon starts? I could also do a navigation region that gets baked. And then I set some colliders up on the tile set. And that would also kind of work. But there's pros and cons to each one. The problem with having baking a navigation region is it incurs a little bit more performance overhead loading in these regions. So it only takes me about like 10 seconds to go in and draw these maps. So it's really not a big deal. But if I do, like if I keep changing these things in the future more consistently or something, then I'll probably go through and like make it more automatic. But I just don't think there's really a huge need for the complexity of that right now. This already works, so I think it's just best to stick with it. But yeah. How many locations am I aiming for? I would like a lot. We're starting off with like real locations, but eventually I do actually want to start diving into like you know, fantasy places. Stuff like I don't know. You know, the void or something, like weird wacky stuff. So hopefully eventually we get to that spot. But yeah, for like full version I would imagine like 20 different places or something like that. I want there to be quite a few areas to explore. So but that's much later down the line. We've only got a couple right now. I think that's far enough over here. All right, there we go. Water region. Waiting for fishing in space. Hell yeah, I want to do all of that eventually. It would be really cool. I always like when idle games go wacky with stuff because like it's just a perfect medium for it. It's kind of really fun to see, like, you know, I get to build stuff on the moon and go to Mars, and I would like to do that stuff eventually. So, but yeah. It's closing at 3 a.m. Ah, yeah. It's all good. Get some sleep. But yeah, thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. I'll try and do the 4-hour game jam on Wednesday then. It'll be kind of a fun thing to do. But yeah, have a good rest of your night. Water region. Then we got the ocean, and the ocean is mostly water. So we're literally just going to do this, right? Like outline the edge of the boat. Then everything else will be water. Now, one problem is I guess you can't cast backwards anyway, so it doesn't matter here. But I'm just going to do this then. And it's just going to be a big square. I don't think people will ever be able to go out this far, but yeah. Boom. Okay, so all the regions should be set up. Let's go check it out. Maybe in the future I might add support for multiple types of regions also. Like if you have a place where there's like a gap or something, right? There's like a little pond here and then another section you can cast to. I might add support for that also. But we'll see. It's a weird feeling when people keep saying that your game is great and that it's super satisfying and I love it. And then you're just like, well, it's a game. Yeah. It can be hard to take compliments. Yeah. I feel that all the time. It's like when people are like ask or say like I love your outfit or something, I'm just like, yeah, I got it on Amazon. You know? Just kind of avoiding the compliment. But yeah. Alright, this seems to be working pretty well. Yeah, I think this will work. I will have to figure out like what region the bubble column will spawn in. That's going to be like something we kind of have to figure out. Because I can't have it just spawning in the big region because it goes everywhere. I only want it to be in the region the player can actually reasonably cast to, which is a thing. So I'm going to have to figure that out, right? Also, I don't really want the player to cast off of the screen. I think if that happens, it'll just come back. So, yeah. Really struggle with people saying it's good. And I'm like, you're trying to be nice to me, or the game actually sucks. Yeah. That's why I think playtesting is really important, especially getting people you don't know to playtest your game, because they don't have any like emotional tie to you as a person. So it's really valuable to get real honest feedback, because although they're being nice, sometimes people lie. And you know, it's just like if I ask my mom or something what she thought of my game, of course she'd be like, oh, that's great, it looks awesome. You know, she's never gonna say that there's problems. So that's why yeah, you should always do public play testing. But yeah, and that's why I'm doing public play testing with Lured In. That's why I'm like getting it ready to go, because I want genuine honest feedback from complete random people. I think it's kind of a good thing. Sure, it is cool. Yeah, that's why I bought it. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what it's like. Oh man. Give me 1 second here. Getting all these replies on my Blue Sky post. Let's go. Feel instinctively that there's an issue with the pacing and the music, but the people keep saying the music is good. Yeah. I think it sucks because it is from Pixabay. Okay. I think I need to just get over the fact that I have a good game and stop doubting myself. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I think it really... Sometimes it is important to pay attention to that gut feeling about something. Because I've had that with a million things that I've made before, right? I mean, even with Lured In, there's some gut feelings about things, right? Well, yeah, it's really hard to say. Because, yeah, imposter syndrome, it's a very real thing. So sometimes it is just genuinely that you're wrong, right? And that it is fine, like what everybody's saying. Yeah, it's very difficult. But yeah, I think the thing that always, you know, eases my mind is just play testing. Because even though sometimes it hurts to get negative feedback, sometimes it is what you need to make the game good. So that's what I would say. People don't do that enough. Public play testing. It's super important. Everybody should be play testing their game, I think. Because how else are you supposed to really know if it's good or not? You're only letting people, like your friends, play test, because they're not going to give genuine feedback. Unless they're also game developers and understand that genuine feedback is really important. But might be exactly what it is. Never made actually a good game before, so I'm struggling with success right now. Yeah. Mom said it's good. Let's go. But yeah. Play testing, that's the solution. Let's see. So this mechanic is pretty much working. I do want to, I think, get rid of the line, though. I don't really like the line. Maybe I could make the line really thin or something, but it's kind of, it feels very distracting, personally, I think. So I might just get rid of it altogether. But I don't know. I mean, I do kind of like to see like where I'm casting to from my player, but also it's like feels a little janky. Maybe I just hide the indicator like this. Like maybe this is better. Because you can, I mean, it doesn't really feel wrong in this way. I think it's fine. We had to make all of this work on controller, so. By the way, I was going to download Planet Crafter to try it again and just saw 2.0's coming. Yeah, I know. I just saw that too. I was literally thinking the same thing. It's like, man, it's been a long time since I played that game. I got to try it out again. And then I see, oh, 2.0 is on the way. Guess I'll wait. I think this is the problem with modern day gaming, which is the fact that we have too many options. You know, it doesn't ever feel like I remember back when I was a kid and stuff, it's like I had a limited number of games and they didn't ever update because it was on the PS2. So there was no like waiting for the next version of the game. It's just, this is the game and I can play it or don't, you know? And I kind of miss those days, honestly. I get so tired of like, oh, don't play the game yet because the next update's on the way and stuff like that, right? Yeah. That's why I don't really ever want to like I don't ever do posts like this where I'm like, new version is approaching for Starground, because I really hate how it feels like the infinite anticipation of the next version and then never actually getting to enjoy what's already there. But yeah, it's a classic problem. That's part of the reason it makes it so hard to play games, because like a lot of them are early access or whatever, or like there's always that thing in your head of like that this game will get updates eventually. Updates have become like an expectation, right? And it sucks because I play a game and I'm like, it's fine, I'm gonna wait for more updates, and then that's all it is. That's an infinite cycle of that. The same thing happened with me, especially with like Schedule 1. Like, it's a fun game, but I just stopped playing because I'm just like, I'm just gonna wait for more updates, right? Yeah, it's a really hard mental state to kind of break out of, honestly. But yeah. So wish Steam had a filter out early access option. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, sometimes I don't really want to mess with early access, to be real. Yeah, early access, honestly, as a feature on Steam has become kind of very flawed. Because what happens time and time again, people go buy an early access game and they instantly are expecting a full access experience, right? And so games that do early access get bombarded with negative reviews. So early access is just like a bad thing now, in my opinion. It just doesn't make sense anymore. And then people that, you know, buy an early access game, they're stuck in this feeling of like, I have to wait till full release. So yeah, I don't know. I'm tired of early access. That's why I'm not going to do early access anymore for a while, at least. I did it with Starground, but also as a developer, it presents a ton of issues because like, okay, now I'm like linked to this game and I'm like stuck and I have to finish this game before I'm allowed to do anything else, right? That's the dark side of early access from the developer perspective. It really is terrible. Miss Betas, yeah, honestly, the play is just do public play tests and demo. No early access though, right? Do like early versions, but don't like launch and take money from people until the game's actually finished, you know? And that's what I'm planning on doing with Alert In. That's why I'm going to do a play test and a demo, but I'm not going to do early access with this because it's just, it's more of a detriment to everybody than anything. I do really think people are just happier buying a game on full launch and just enjoying it because it's not hanging over their head that the game's incomplete. You know what I mean? Sometimes we just don't ever appreciate what is already there. Yeah. Yeah, I need to fix this where you can cast off screen. Sometimes they never get done. Yeah, occasionally that does happen. I think there's one game, what is it called? The Long Drive. Like, I do like this game, and there's aspects about it that are cool, but it's been like just totally abandoned. The last update was 2 years ago, so like this game is just never gonna get finished. There were some really promising like parts about this game that I thought was really cool. Poop. But the whole aspect of like going on this like survival road trip, I think is really cool. And especially like with multiplayer and stuff, it could be a really fun time. But this game just isn't ever going to get finished, you know? So one day I would really love to make a game kind of with this same vibe, but not abandoned, you know? I think a road trip simulator is just a really fun genre. Something that I think I would have a lot of fun single player, but also a lot of fun multiplayer. Yeah, someday. Maybe after Lured In stuff and Deadlift, I'll do a driving game. I really would love to do a driving game. That's why I made that little stupid demo a while ago. Prototype, not even a demo. But yeah, someday. People don't really make driving games very often anymore. And to be fair, it's actually a very terrible genre to make a game in. What is this? There's a news. Game abandoned. No. Yeah, we'll see about that. It's been a while. It's been 2 years. But yeah, racing games though, like driving games, it's such a oversaturated genre that it's really financially bad to like invest your development time into one, you know. But they are cool, and I do think there is still some room for making interesting, fresh driving games, you know. Yeah, I think the way to go about it is like, I've seen a lot of games come out recently that are almost like, I guess how to describe it is like it is a game about driving, but there's always some other like mechanic. It's not just about the driving. Like for example, one that came out is Easy Delivery Co. And this is just a fun little game I've talked about this on plenty of other streams, but like, it's basically you drive around and you complete deliveries, but there's always that like side, there's like a goal that's kind of unrelated to the driving. Like with this game, it's like really the driving is just a side effect of the delivery mechanic, right? Stuff like that. Yeah, eventually, one day, guys, I will make a driving game. Because driving is fun. I was excited for Rail Gods of Hystera. I'm gonna look that up. Rail Gods of Hystera. That's that's crazy. It's got like a monster train. Yeah, this game's abandoned too. That sucks. Oh, I can't scroll. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, that's too bad. Well, we'll see. Only access. So it looks like you're like you have a train and then you like get off the train to do stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of games that do that with trains where it's like a basically just a spot to move the game forward. Honestly, I could name a million of them. Choo Choo Charles is technically one of them. I think also there's that new one that's being made by the people who made Barotrauma. And they're making another rail game. I don't remember what it's called. Frost Rail. And this is coming along. It could be neat. I am excited to see what this game's all about, because Barotrauma was cool. We'll see. I made a train game too. Railborn looks cool. Railborn. Let's take a look at that guy. Interesting. You get to build like a whole base on the train. I've seen a lot of these games too, where it's like a vehicle for base building. I mean, honestly, Raft is one of them. There's also another game that's coming out soon or might already be out. I think it's called Outbound or something. Where you build a base on top of your RV. Yeah, like that. So that's another kind of trend I've seen around. Vehicle with base on top, right? It does look a little goofy with the building just plopped on top of your RV, but yeah. Cool idea, but too cozy for my taste. That's fair. Yeah, it definitely gives me very strong like Raft vibes and stuff. Yeah, I guess the thing that I feel like with this game is like there doesn't seem to really be any threat or anything. Like, in a lot of games, you have to have a reason to continue building and doing things, right? But I don't know what that would be in this game, in my opinion, just from what I've seen of it so far. It's like, I can build stuff, but like, why? That's always a really important part of a game, is the why. Player motivations. But yeah, man, there's so many games I'd like to make. It's wild. Funny that they have just a QR code now because you can't do links anymore. Yeah, build and craft. Okay, I guess. Like, is it just an exploration game that's like, I guess that's fine, but with all the driving games I've liked, or any game really, there's always a reason. Like, for example, with Truck Sim, like you drive around, but there's a purpose in driving. Like the goal is to make deliveries, and then you can buy things and then automate the delivery process and get employees. There's like a whole system of mechanics and reasons to drive. But I'm not getting that vibe with this game. It does seem cool, but it just seems like literally the idea ends at what if you could build a base on your car, and that's it. There's like no other systems thought about in connection to that mechanic. But anyways. Yeah, Railborn looks interesting. Definitely gives me like Satisfactory vibes, of course. A little bit of Subnautica. Yeah, it could be neat. There's like an aquarium in here. That's pretty epic. Didn't notice that. Yeah, it's really hard to stay motivated to play games. Really, it's like, I don't know. After a while, I just get tired of it all. I'd rather just go back to the games that I've already enjoyed instead of like spending money and having to invest my time in hopes that I like something and then turns out I don't actually, you know? Like, why buy all these other games if I can just go play more Factorio? Yeah. What is this? The mod with the new furnace or something? Okay. Anyways. Yeah, I think this mechanic works. Let's go ahead and do like a little dust particle thing now. So that's on top of the bobber. Let's go get a little dust cloud. I don't know if I actually have a sprite for that yet or not. I do the fish food, but that's kind of a different thing. Okay, we gotta go draw one. So we got ads starting in just a second. Apologies. So we're just gonna do like some tiny little dust particles here. I don't know what I want it to look like. It's kind of lumpy. Maybe like that. Oh, it's in the particles folder. That might have been what I needed. I already have a dust particle. Okay. What does it look like? Yeah, that'll be fine. I don't really like that hole in the center, but that's fine. Where do I even use this particle? Oh man, this is from a long time ago. Okay, I got some lore to drop about Lured in a second. But I'll wait for ads to finish. I guess 1 second is okay. I might drop to 0.5. Want this to be explosive. Initial velocity. Direction will be up. Gravity is going to be way lower. And then drop our speed a bunch. Up to like 50 maybe. Gravity is even lower probably. Then lower our maximum speed. Can we do like 8? Angle will be any. Okay, and then color. So let's pick our dirt color. We'll just do like some brown dirt, this or something. Bobber looks overly stimulated. Yeah. I don't know. I'm all excited. Too excited. I don't know what's going on here. All right, now that's bad. Okay, scale. So let's do. I want it to expand over time, I think. So scale amount is like 4. I'll start it off like slightly too small. And I'll call this dirt. Okay, ads are over. So anyways, time for a little secret lore drop. So this particle actually comes from a long time ago when you could still walk around in Lured in. That's initially what Lured in was going to be like. You could actually move. and walk. And you were like a character that could just like go around and do stuff. I still have that old version on GitHub. I mean, I could like, I don't have it ready to load, but yeah, I removed walking because it was one of those features where I just don't think it really contributed to the gameplay, at least at the time. Maybe we'll add it again in the future, but yeah, I can show it off. Admitting is true. So let's restart. Well, I can't show off the original, but if I go into GitHub, I wonder if I can like view the old version. I don't know. You can see your console command. Well, I'm pretty sure I removed the code to do it. But this is Starground. Alert in. How can I go back to old commits or whatever? I guess I can do it here. So yeah, this initial commit, I think I had walking. Nope, not that one. But this one, initial push. I believe that walking existed in this version. Nope, not that one even. Old push. I think this has walking. If I look at the player scene, if we look at player dot, whatever, the player script, where is it? Yep, it has walking. So the player actually used to look way different, which is funny. I don't know where is the player scene or the player PNG in here. This is initially what the player used to look like. But I kind of definitely changed up the style of the game. Initially, it was going to make the people a little more like realistic looking. But I decided against it. For multiple reasons. The player customization was one of those reasons. Because to add in player customization to something like this, that is, oh boy, a lot of animation. And I didn't want to do that. Yeah, you can see some of the old assets and stuff in here. It's kind of interesting. There wasn't really that many assets. Grass, texture, the tile set, player idle, player walk, sand texture, which I don't even use, and then shadow, which I still use. Yeah, it's crazy how tiny these scripts were and stuff back then. But yeah, I think we're sticking with this character style now. I'm not going back. Oh. Oh. That's not working. Oh, I have to make it one shot. I forgot to do that. That would be why. And I think I'm going to set it to 0.5 seconds. Yeah. So I need a little sound for when we hit the dirt. No, we're lured into. They keep reeling me back in. Yeah, maybe. Dirt slide. No. Steps on dirt. Sounds like I'm eating cereal. That would actually be okay. Ah, it's attribution license. Come on. All right. No. No. Oh, what are you working on? Yeah, we're working on an idle fishing game called Lured In. We're just finding a sound effect right now. Digging dirt, steps on dirt. No. Sword fall on dirt. No, that sounds like metal. No. Throwing brick on dirt. That could maybe work, but it's a little heavy sounding. Footsteps. I think that's going to be the play. I'll download it and edit out one. Yeah, so anyways, I can go over the game now. So this is lured in. You're running your own aquarium. You can travel to different regions to catch fish and then bring them back and put them on display in your tanks. So that's what the game's about. Yeah, let's wait for a fish here. Ugh. Any day now. Eventually. There we go. Oh. Okay, that might be a bug that we've created. Let's test that again. Yeah, I might have created a bug. No? Didn't happen that time. I guess I just missed the timing. Okay. But yeah, you can catch fish. Let's test this one more time. A little suspicious about that. Yeah, it's fine. I don't know what that... I think I just missed the timing. Just barely. Yeah, that's what it's all about. And then now we have fish right there. We can go back and put these fish in our tanks like this. Now they're swimming around in here. The tank is dirty. Let's clean it. But there we go. And then our customers are walking in. We're making idle income off of those guys. I can put some decorations around if I want. Some plants. Do a little bench. But yeah, it's coming along. We're just working toward the playtesting version right now. Sign-ups are available, so anyone is welcome to sign up for the playtest. Just to try the game out for free. But yeah, we're just messing with the fishing mechanics right now. I'm making it so that you can cast like wherever you want. Before you could only like cast in a straight line out from the rod, which was always a little weird. So now it's set up so you can choose what direction you're casting in. It's coming along. We're just about to create a sound for hitting the dirt. I'm gonna make a change over here with the scaling. By the way, I don't know if it's fixed or not. Playtest version with rapid moving the mouse to clean. Yeah, I fixed that issue. All it was that we weren't like, because what could happen is your mouse could move really far in one frame. Like mouse is here on first frame, and then on second frame your mouse is over here. So the fix to that, I got it set up so it interpolates, like it fills in the gaps with, you know, multiple clean events or whatever you want to call them. So now if you go really fast, it works like this. So yeah, it was a pretty easy fix. Oh, the chef has arrived. Sure. $64 million? Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, there's so many changes on this new version. It's going to be wild. I'm excited, though, to see, you know, what people think about it. I mean, we've got like character customization and decorations. It's sometimes gets hard to remember what things weren't here before, you know? And the new shop layout and everything. It's going to be a lot. Chef went straight through the bin. Yeah, he just pathfinds sideways like that. I might make it so he actually like walks around the spot and just walks into right here, just so he doesn't run into the trash can. How do you think about choosing playtest versus just doing early access? We were actually just talking about this on stream, but I think early access is not the play anymore. The problem is that like the way early access works is it basically just counts as your launch. Games don't typically see another big spike for the 1.0 launch very often. So I just don't even really think early access is super worth it anymore. I think doing a public Steam playtest is a great idea, and I think everybody should do it. Yeah, like it kind of just like early access has a lot of problems. First off, as a developer, with early access, you are locked in and you have to develop the game more, right? Like, what if your game does really bad? Like, it would be best if you just did a regular full launch and now there's no expectation there to keep working on it. So that's a big thing. I really wouldn't say early access is kind of pointless unless you're like needing money instantly for some reason. Like, you've got the mafia knocking on your door or something. It's just, it seems like not a good idea anymore. I think a long time ago, it made a lot more sense just in the way that early access was handled. It was like a new thing and everybody was like, okay, it makes sense. It's early access. I'm going to keep my expectations low. But people don't do that anymore because there's too much competition. So people go into it expecting a full, polished, good, well-rounded experience. So I would say, yeah, just don't do it. But, because I did the same thing. I launched Starground in early access, for a release game. No, yeah, it's kind of something I think you have to, like, figure out. You have to do it once just to see if you like it or not, really. I hate it because now I'm locked in. I have to finish Starground, and it's just, yeah, it's a bad time. I wish I didn't do early access, but, it is what it is. It's double-edged sword, yeah. Yeah, expectations are rough, definitely. There's a lot of people that have bought Starground and played it and just are like, game doesn't have enough content. I mean, yeah, it's early access. But this is the thing, right? People don't care. People don't care if it says early access, the game doesn't have very much content right now. Because it just doesn't matter. People don't read that section anymore because so many games are early access. So yeah, I think it's just a bad thing. That's a mistake I made. Yeah, I made the same mistake, so I'm right there with you. But yeah, from now on, I think with all future releases, I'm gonna not do early access anymore and just go straight for full release. I think it's just it kind of fits in more in line with the philosophy I want to go about with developing. Like, I'm all about, I want to make games fast and release them fast and make more games instead of focusing on one game for a long time. So that's kind of the play, I think, then, to avoid early access. So yeah, it just, there's so many reasons not to. The public playtest / request access model seems like a better way to go. I definitely think so, yeah. I think that the things that every developer should do is public playtest before your demo comes out. Get like some really early feedback before anybody's allowed to leave reviews. And then you can make a demo. I recommend doing the new store page thing because I think it's a good idea. It is helpful as a developer to get reviews on a demo because you can take down the demo whenever you want, right? There's no like ties. If you get a review on your main Steam page, that's it. There's nothing you can do about it. But with a demo review, it doesn't really matter because you can just remove your demo. Yeah. Playtest, then demo for next fest, then full launch without early access. I think that's the pattern. But that's just what I think. It really depends on the game and stuff like that. Like, it technically made more sense to do early access with Starground because it was that type of genre, like a sandboxy survival thing, But also at the same time, like, I hate being trapped by Starground. As a consumer, I don't play early access. I buy to support the development if I like the concept, but I wait for full launch. Yeah. I think as time goes on more and more, I've been less inclined to buy early access games just because as a consumer, you get burned by them so often. Right? Like devs abandoning the game It just never really, you know, development maybe takes a turn that you weren't expecting and that you didn't really vibe with. It's just too risky, I feel like, now to do early access on both sides of it, right? As a developer and as a buyer of games. It just seems bad. So yeah. I mean, it's cool that Steam added in the feature, and it for some developers, it really helps a lot. But I don't know. I think just for me, I'm like, I'm done. Done with early access. But yeah, you live and learn. I still do need to finish Starground. I've been developing it in the background, but man, it's hard to stay motivated to do it, though. To be real. With some games it works, like I think with Baldur's Gate 3 didn't do early access, it'd be a massive mess. Yeah, it just really depends. Like, if it's a very big game in scope, then early access probably makes more sense. But otherwise, if you think that you could like finish the game without early access, that's probably always better. It's careful not to put too much scope in the game description, but players will invent whatever is your minimum feature set they feel like. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, it doesn't matter what you say is going to happen, like how much you're going to develop. People go into it and they have an expectation. And if you don't fulfill their expectation, then the game sucks. You know, that's the hard truth about it, and it sucks. And that's why, yeah, that's why I just feel like early access is like a scam. Because then it's like everybody loses. When I go into buying a game that's fully released, I'm not really expecting the game to change much more, right? It's like, oh yeah, it's out, it's not an early access, I'm gonna play the game, and I'll just be happy with whatever is already there. But when I buy an early access game, my mental thought process is like, okay, this game better change or else it's a bad game, right? So it's just, it's bad. I think we've kind of passed, in my opinion, the era of early access. It's like, only do it if it really makes sense. Otherwise, I just feel like it's just not worth it anymore. Yeah, I learned that the hard way, yeah. When can I romance the fish? I didn't promise anything, but I'm not denying it. We'll see, we'll see. How do you think, yeah, to go about pricing games? That's always a really difficult one, because games and their pricing it varies so much. I mean, you look at something like Terraria, for example, is extremely cheap, but Terraria is an enormous game with lots and lots of content, and it's also an extremely polished, like, good experience. So, like, pricing is one of those things. I think it just really depends on a lot of factors. Like, typically what I'll do is look around and see what's in my cart. Oh, right. I want to get that eventually. I look around at like games that are somewhat similar to the game you're making. Like, that's sort of what I did with Starground a little bit, where I'm like, all right, let's look at like how much does Forager cost, right? And Forager is kind of extremely expensive for some reason. It's $20, so that's like on the higher end of it. But then, like, let's look at another game that came out more recently, like, what's it called? That one that I did a bundle with. Let's go look at that game's price, right? No, that's the wrong bundle. Oh yeah, Prospector. That's like around $15. So, like, it seems like for automation games, or the type of game I was making, it's like most games are in that above $10 range, right? So initially I priced Starground at $10 and I upped it to $14, you know, just because it's been so long since that initial state of the game. But yeah. Although I think honestly, like, yeah, like with Lured In, I want to price it pretty cheap just because it's a lot of pricing, I think, comes down to what people expect. That's why like AAA games are able to drop at $70 and everybody buys it up, because that's just how it is. People see, oh, cool epic graphics, $70, that's fine, right? And nobody bats an eye. So it's really, pricing should reflect the expectation of what the game is. I think Peak is priced at a really good level, because like there's a lot of reasons why I think Peak's price makes sense. First off, it's got like kind of goofy cartoony graphics, so people are expecting like it fits the indie vibe, so people aren't willing to spend probably much more than $15 on this. And the next thing is that it's like a, you know, you look at this and it's instantly like, this is a friend slop kind of game, right? So that kind of, I think, puts the pricing, it should be lower, because this game is catered toward playing with friends. And if you want all of your friends to buy the game, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it, then you need to price it at a point where like almost anybody can buy it. And $8 is actually a really good price, because $5 feels like on the higher end of the $1 to $5 range, right? It's all about like how it feels to buy. Like an $8 game seeing $7.99 feels more like buying a $5 game than a $10 game, if that makes any sense. But if I buy a game for $8.99, I'm like, it feels like it's more on the side of $10, and that's like more money. Especially like, yeah, but that's kind of the vibe. So for Lured In, I'm probably going to price the game at $7.99 because it's just a good price. There's a lot of other idle games right in that price range too. Like Gambler's Table is like right around there. There's also a Cookie Clicker, I think, is a lot more, and that's actually only $5. But most of what I've seen from idle games, it's in that like $5 to $10 range. And it also depends on the scale of the game. Lured In has got a lot of store like simulator vibes in it. So I think it is kind of more suited for a higher end on the pricing. Because most of these simulator business management games hang around $20 is what I always see. So I don't think anybody would complain if the game only costs $8. But yeah, it's just all about comparing to your competitors, I think. But I like AA prices. Yeah, like I usually am fine with anything below $30. But then I think after it hits that amount, that's when I start really being a bit more concerned about it. But yeah, it all just depends on the genre. I would never pay $40 for a little idle game, you know? That's like insane. I would never do that. So yeah, it's just about the genre really you're making, I think. When how $13 feels like $10, but $15 feels like 20. It really does, yeah. It's interesting how that all works. If I may ask, roughly how long time-wise do you think a game like Lured In would take you to write? So far, I mean, the plan is launch in July. So like this game is kind of following like a 7-8 month time cycle, development cycle. I feel like that for me at my current like level of skill is pretty doable. Just because I've made a couple games in Godot now. I've, you know, done with my computer science degree. It's I'm at the point where I feel confident enough in my abilities to get it done in that kind of time frame. So, and I could make this game faster. It just really depends like on what kind of game I want to make here. I think recently I've been putting a lot more time into like the running your aquarium aspect of it. And it's just because it's cool and I like it. I've added like customization and placing down decorations and all this stuff. So that does inflate the development time ever so slightly, but I don't think it's too bad. Do I do this full time? Yeah, I've been doing it full time. I've been kind of just coasting on the residual. Let's see here. Yo, Grizzly Bear Naked, thank you so much for the sub. Let me I gotta do the confetti thing because my overlay is broken. But thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah, I do it full time. I've been just kind of coasting off of the revenue from Starground. But recently, if I'm being real, I haven't been making very much money on Starground. Hence the reason I'm working on Lured In, because I need to make more money to live. But yeah, that's to finish the CS degree. I appreciate it. Yeah. Seems like you got a decent level of juice. Yeah, that's a really important thing that I've been focusing a lot on this game, is like the feel of things, like making the buttons wiggle and animate, and you know, all these little transitions and particles and sounds. I really want to hit that hard, because that to people, that really matters a lot when it comes to demos, because people don't care if the game is like 5 minutes long, but if it's not a super polished experience, I think they're immediately gonna feel like it's not worth their time. Yeah, even like this little animation I added recently, when you go back here, it like drops a fish in the inventory. Just little things like that really all helps kind of make it feel better than it really is, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, 3 games simultaneously. That is true. I am making multiple games at the same time. I've got Lured In going on. I still am working on Starground in the background, and also Deadlift whenever I've got the time for it. Yeah, let's go. We got a hype train. Epic. So yeah, it's a lot. But my I want to get games done like 6 months time. That's like my ultimate goal, is like 6 months per game. If I can get 2 game launches per year, I think I'll be at a pretty good spot for achieving a more stable income. So that's the goal. But yeah, I really hope I can make it one day, and you know, make a more reasonable income, because right now I don't have a lot of money. I'm very broke. I would love to avoid getting a full-time job, so I'm really hitting it hard with Lured In, hoping it'll keep me going a little further. Janky is generally not good. Yeah, definitely. I just got back. Did you do the pawn thing? Yeah, we got it all set up, so you can aim now wherever you want, and then if you cast outside in the ground, it like just bounces back and reels in, does some little particles. So still a couple things I got to work out with it, but it's mostly there. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. 6 months per game, mostly franchise establishing, try different things. Yeah, like really the reason I want to pump out games more often is because like the risk is way too high, hoping and praying that your 2-year project does well, right? Because that's almost like sort of what happened with Starground a little bit, where I'm like, okay, because then if you spend these 2 years, it's 2 years of wasted time. Like if I spend 6 months on a game and it doesn't do well, it's not a huge deal. I can continue, I can pick myself right back up and make another game before the end of the year. So that's the goal. And then hopefully in the future, one of these games does really well. And if that does happen, then I get to keep spending more time on it and developing it, right? So I'm really like, I'm stretching wide, trying to see what sticks. And then as soon as something does, I lock in and really work on that longer, right? At least that's the goal. But yeah, with this, the bobber thing here, what I did. So yeah, we went through and defined some, let's see, on the pond, these little regions for where the water is and stuff. And then all I do is just, I cast out and do a check whenever the bobber lands somewhere outside of that region. It just knows that it's on the dirt, right? And it just instantly reels back in. So it's pretty easy. Don't keep all your eggs in one basket sort of thing. Yeah, definitely. I think of making games sort of as an investment, right? Because you're like building up these ideas and testing things and building knowledge. So yeah, diversifying is so important, because it's just like with regular investing, you know, it's if the then if something goes wrong, it's only a very small fraction of the time you've spent. So, speaking of how do I get my art done? Yeah, I draw all the art. I've been using Krita. It's not really specialized for pixel art or anything, but it does get the job done. Yeah, I've been just going through. I've drawn a lot of sprites already for Lurdan. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I've done a lot of other pixel art in the past. Obviously, all the pixel art in Starground. I also used to do pixel art freelance work. So that definitely gave me a lot of time and experience doing pixel art stuff. Did I do a lot of drawing? Yeah. I was just saying. Yeah, I did a lot of freelance stuff before and during university with pixel art. It's just really good experience. I got to draw a wide variety of things doing that. So, but eventually I kind of stopped with it because it was a nice little side income thing, but it was the time I was spending on it. I wasn't making enough money really to ever do it like full time. So, but yeah, I kind of stopped that. Honestly, dealing with people freelancing is really awful. Like, it's just you constantly, it's not exactly what they want, and you have to redo things. Even if you're good at it, it still sucks sometimes. So, but yeah, more practical, not just art classes. Yeah, I've actually never really taken any art class or anything. Maybe I would be better at art if I did, but it's been just kind of through practical experience, just drawing things and observing other art and trying to figure out like how people do things. But I've definitely learned a lot about drawing. One of the biggest things I think that really helped me kind of get past the beginner hump is like understanding lighting better, like researching like if light comes from a specific direction, it's like how do shadows get applied. For example, like if you look at a node or an object like this, you can instantly see the light source is coming from the top right, so it means a shadow gets casted over here on the left. Down here, there's going to be a shadow underneath on these cabinets, so it kind of gives the impression these cabinets are like inset. But yeah, stuff like that. Understanding lighting, really, really important for making art. And there's a whole load of other things too. There's understanding like color theory a little bit with the palettes. Usually my darker colors kind of are pushed more into the side of blue, and the brighter colors are more yellow. So you can see that in a lot of these colors here. Even just looking at like the trash can, like the darker colors here are very like cool toned, and then the brighter green is super like more on the warmer side. But yeah, it's all that, and then animating is always a terrible bad thing. But what I've done a lot to save time is try and do as much animation through code as possible. I have animated a couple things here, like the pants, but these guys, their arms are actually just two separate segments that I'm animating, quote unquote, with code. I'm just like giving them keyframes, you know, to fit in with the other animation. So that saves me a lot of time because all of these guys they have like random outfits that get selected, right? So it would take me a million years if for every single outfit I had to animate a whole new batch of animations. Just, yeah, not realistic. But yeah, man, it's hard. There's so many things you have to learn to make games. Let's see. Yeah, freelancing is hard. It is. Whoa, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. And I was gonna ask him a question. No, you're all good. Ask as many questions as you want. I really don't mind. I think that's one of my favorite parts about doing the streams is just that we get to just chat and have a good time. Like, of course, it's a good thing discipline-wise. It like keeps me on track, but the bigger thing is just being able to chat with you guys, really. So I appreciate it. But yeah. How do I bend the arms? The arms are just in two different segments. So there's like a lower section of the arm, like the forearm, and then there's the upper arm. So they just rotate. They have elbows, basically. Got tired of streaming a long time ago. It is difficult. Sometimes staying motivated to stream every single day is really hard. But I think eventually, at least for me, it kind of just became just part of my routine. It became less of like a chore and just something that happens, if that makes sense. I guess just getting more disciplined about it. But yeah, it is really, really hard though. I do think it's kind of funny sometimes how people think like streaming and content creation is just baby jobs where you don't have to do anything, but really it can be a lot of work. If you're doing it full time and making content, like you're spending long hours at your computer talking. Like every time after stream, my voice gets totally shot. I mean, obviously there's harder jobs than streaming, but it's not just for fun, you know. But yeah, it helps all of us learn. Yeah, it's epic. How to stop playing Mugenics and make games again? It's hard. I think the reason I've loved making games so much is just because of my dissatisfaction with games I've played. Honestly. I don't know. I see so many games that, like, especially like Minecraft and the whole development, you know, model of that game, it motivates me to make my own games and like do better. I think the goal, if you're struggling with motivation on making stuff, just only do the stuff, like make the stuff that you want to make. Just purely focus on the fun parts. And if there's parts of development you don't like, figure out a way to automate it or like a different way around it so that you don't have to do it anymore. I do that with Alert In. Like I hate animating, so that's why I've done this like procedural, like it's not procedural, but doing like what would you call that? Like a skeleton, separating these sprites out so I don't have to animate it. I just use keyframes instead, right? I streamed for like 4 years. I really never reached that. Yeah, I mean, I'm still not at 4 years yet, so maybe I'll hit a wall eventually, but yeah, it's hard. I think another thing too is it's important to keep it sustainable. I don't stream every single day. So I give myself plenty of gaps in between to kind of take a break. I also only do like 4 hours. A lot of people do. I've seen people do like, 10 hours every day, and I'm just honestly not built for that. I just can't do it. It's too long. Tried replacing addiction with something easier to quit, like alcohol or cigarettes. Yeah. Dang. Interesting motivation. I was thinking about doing some mobile games because of my dissatisfaction. Yeah. I think a lot of good games come out of a place of hatred. Because it's not necessarily hatred, but just passion for a genre and being disappointed with what people are already doing. Because that's how games that innovate come out, right? Seeing the problems, the gaps in the market, and fulfilling those gaps. I think it's a good way to develop, in my opinion. But yeah, I've definitely felt that with mobile too. I actually would like to make Lured in mobile just because I'm so sick of all the garbage mobile games there are. Just loaded with ads and microtransactions, and it's just... Mobile gaming really sucks in modern day time. I miss the days of like Angry Birds and just all these super solid mobile games that were just great. And some of them had like in-app purchases for cosmetics or little gems, but you could just play the core game and not watch ads. Crazy concept. But yeah, it's hard to do that these days. Basically IK. Yeah, it actually is literally IK. I have some inverse kinematic stuff set up for this here when you're holding your fishing rod. I am doing inverse kinematics with that, so but yeah. Technically not true IK with the customers, but I'm just kind of rotating the points. But very similar. That's a love-hate relationship, yeah. Yeah, I was going on a trip, knew the cell service would be garbage, but there's like nothing you could just get and play offline and pay for. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's another thing I despise with all the mobile games is that you have to play online. And I hate it when you just get hit with a big message that's like, you must be connected to the internet to play this game. It's like, that's just silly, honestly. I think every game ever should always be able to be played offline. Unless it's something inherently that can't be. Like, obviously you can't play World of Warcraft offline because you have to be connected to the world. But like, if a game can be offline, it should be offline, you know? It's fine if you have some like internet connection stuff where you, whatever, a leaderboard or track achievements and stats, like that's okay. But you shouldn't impose that on people. I think that's silly. So random game person, welcome in. Can on a private server. That is true, actually. Yeah, you can self-host, but you know, new here, well, welcome in. We're just chatting about game dev stuff. Working on my game Lured In today. I used to mess with WoW private servers when I was extremely poor. Yeah. I did really enjoy playing World of Warcraft as a kid and stuff, but it's just too expensive now. I'm not going to spend that much money on a game. Like, World of Warcraft is cool, but, you know, it's like $30 a month or something. I'd rather just buy a new game every month. Yeah, I like game dev stuff too. Epic. Broke my WoW addiction a while back. Yeah. I just kind of started to fall out of it as a kid. I don't know if it's actually $30 a month, but let me check, because it's been a while since I bought it. It's probably not $30 a month. I'm probably exaggerating, but it feels like $30 a month. Let's go check. Probably more like 15 or something, but is it going to make me log in? But this is like their yearly offers and stuff. Okay, so just its standard price is $15 a month. Not quite 30, but that's still a lot of money. I mean, yeah. I mean, over the course of a year, just 1 year of playtime, you're spending $180 just to play the game. That's not even including you have to pay a base fee to buy the game, and then all of the expansions cost money also. That's a lot of money. You have to sink like hundreds of dollars in if you want all the stuff, and then also $180 a year. I don't know, man. That's a little ridiculous. So World of Warcraft or Netflix, yeah, basically. It's not including the expansion, yeah, right. Any game with stuff that costs money forever is just bad. Yeah, I mean, it is part of the reason why World of Warcraft is still here, right? Because they keep making money off of it continuously. So it is always hard to say, like...
Big boy, how many girls chasing you now?
Robbie. None. I've been too busy developing games. But yeah, it's I've never really liked subscription services. I think it's a little gross. But sometimes it is sort of necessary for a game like this, where they have to keep their servers running. But this is why I just don't bother with these games. I'd rather play a single player game. You lie. I wish I was lying. To be honest, most of WoW players play out of nostalgia or addiction. Yeah, that's very true. That's the only reason I've ever played in the past decade, so just because I remember the game fondly. Not just keeping servers running, it's the MMO need for constantly more content. Yeah, that's very true also. People aren't going to play unless there's new things happening constantly. And yeah, that's one of the things that's problematic about the genre, is that like content just gets thrown away. Like you finish a quest, you don't ever play that quest again unless you like restart the whole game. It's a genre where every time something is done, it's thrown in the trash. So it's very expensive to make an MMO. You're making a horror game at the moment? Nice, yeah. Horror is a cool genre. I am working on a horror game in the background, Deadlift, but kind of pushing that off a little bit until after Lured In is out and stuff. Yeah. It's too bad. There is like there's like a modded version of World of Warcraft that I don't think you have to pay a monthly fee for. Can't remember what it's called. What's it called? World of Warcraft Ascension or something? It was like something like that. But it just didn't have the same vibe as the real World of Warcraft, though. I don't know. It's funny now they've also like you have to pay for the other version, or WoW Classic or whatever. But it's not even like that much different because it's almost caught up to like modern day expansions, hasn't it? I don't even know where that is. It would have been cool to jump on WoW Classic like when it just came out and was in like the, you know, the Lich King days, but it's well beyond that now. Keep in mind, private servers are not strictly legal. Yeah, I imagine for hosting, I don't think you'd get in trouble for connecting to one of them, but yeah, probably illegal. We got a peek at Deadlift. I can pull it up real quick. Probably gonna be an extreme here in just a second, but yeah, let's take a quick peek. I have been working on a lot of stuff for this game. Probably can't stream them either. Yeah, that's true. Probably be a bad idea. Alright, and this is a 3D project. I haven't done a whole lot of 3D before, but I want to get into it more. 3D is kind of a much more popular medium. So, that load time, like long or short compared to something like Unity, man, it is so much faster. That's long. I guess so. It depends on what you're used to, I guess. For me, that wasn't really too bad. I remember trying to load up a scene in Unity with like a couple models, and it took me a billion years. Well, I've got a lot of different 3D models in here. So I wouldn't be surprised. Just gotta load through all those. Also, I haven't opened the project in a while, so it doesn't have any like files cached. Normally, I don't think it would take that long if I just closed it. But yeah, we've got a bunch of things in here. Anyways, this is Deadlift. We can load it up. It's far from complete. But it's on its way. We've got some more content additions planned out, so I'll be working on that eventually. Yeah, the idea of this game, it's a horror game. It's sort of like a roguelite. You descend down in this elevator. All the mazes you enter into are procedurally generated with different monsters and objects you can find. And the goal is to just survive as long as you can. So you have to eat and drink food. Oh, yeah, that's the new like dialogue system we're messing with. Tree of Wisdom. There's a little guy running around. Yeah, we gotta find should be some. Oh, that's funny. It spawned like right on the pillar. I mean, that's weird. I'm gonna have to fix that. But there should be some breakers that spawn in here. Oh yeah, this is like, I was working on like a new door frame thing. That was one of the last things I was working on. I just haven't gotten that set up with the decoration spawning system yet. So let's close that dialogue. There's not really any dangerous guys on this starting level, so I don't have to worry about anything. It's not over here. Yeah, there's like different food items and stuff that you can find scattered around. Grab that guy. Here it is. So yeah, we can hit this breaker, and now with that active, I can now leave. You can see the lights lit up on my elevator. But I did find food and water, which is good, because and this guy is a dangerous food item, but you know. Yeah, we'll descend down, and then this activates, like, we're now in like the little intermission zone. So an NPC pops up over here that we can trade with. So he wants either logs or meat. Unfortunately, I don't have any of those items yet, so I can't make any trades. But yeah, you end the day. I need to eat and drink, else I start dying. And then I'm on to the next maze. So yeah, each time you go in, it's going to be slightly different. We've got different like biomes set up and layouts. It's coming along. But yeah, I've been development has sort of been on like a little minor break. I'm going to get back to it soon. Probably in the next couple weeks here, but yeah, I've been just really focused on oh, he's a funny guy. I've been getting focused on Lured In and just trying to get that game ready to go. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of different like entities that can spawn down in these mazes that you have to deal with. Like this person's gonna shoot me if I walk into them. I gotta get around this guy. These earlier levels are really easy. There's not really anybody that's particularly dangerous by design, because it's sort of like gives people a chance to learn the game a little bit. But sorry, let me see if I missed a million. I started 2 weeks ago on it. Honestly, I have a cool idea where the world is overtaken by life forms, so like weird and biological. Yeah. Could be interesting. That's one of the things I like about horror, is that there's so many different like ways you can go about it. Because it's really less so of like a genre, more of like a theme, if that makes sense. It's very flexible. I don't know where this breaker is. We'll keep looking around. Or is like the bread and butter of Steam. It is, yeah. Horror is pretty epic. There's a lot of creativity with horror, so I think it's a pretty cool genre, in my opinion. Yeah, it must be down this way with this guy. Let me squeak past you, buddy. There it is. Let's get out of here. So yeah, the maze generator I made myself. I actually really haven't used like any assets for anything. I also 3D modeled all the assets in the game. The elevator is all just a model I made in Blender. Yeah, I rarely use... The only assets I typically use are for fonts, shaders, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, let's descend again. Yeah, for the maze generation, what I did for this is it's actually converting an image into meshes. So I can show you the images that I use for this. For example, one of these maps, like Sprig, it's got this little image here, and these different colors of pixels correspond to different types of meshes. So like white pixels are like larger rooms, and then red is corridors. So you can just draw the map. And then every map also has like a biome image that it uses. So this kind of defines what kinds of regions spawn in these areas. But yeah, it works really well. It makes it very easy for me to create new environments. All I have to do is just draw an image. So, but yeah. But anyways. NPC. Yeah, we got an NPC guy here. There's that ad. Sometimes taking a break can make you think about it in the back of your mind. Yeah, taking breaks is a good thing, really. You kind of get some time away from it to just breathe and figure out what like route you want to go down, right? Give me some chalk. Added in this chalk object that lets you draw on any of these meshes. It's pretty helpful because it lets you kind of like keep track of where you're going in the maze. So you can like draw like a little arrow somewhere, you know? Or like you could draw an X if like you've gone down a specific path already or something. Let's erase all this now. But it was pretty fun to add. Like Gothic is a theme, steampunk theme, horror is a theme. Yeah, it's all just like a... Yeah, it's not so much like a gameplay genre. It's just like a, yeah, like a theme or a vibe. Like your graphics are very cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've got sort of a mix of 3D and 2D just to make it easier to make the game. But yeah, eventually we'll be working on this more once Lured In is kind of in a more stable spot. So yeah, the TTP. The TTP on this game is pretty low. I think we measured it as like 10 seconds or something, because you can just sprint toward the elevator and grab the chalk and there you go, you know? Anyways. But yeah. I like to make games, guys. It's pretty fun. I think being able to create worlds is really awesome. So I like games that are sort of 2D and 3D. Yeah, I think it's a cool aesthetic. Hopefully the idea is it'll make the game stand out a little more on like a Steam page, because it's like you know, something different that you might not expect. It's like, whoa, there's like 2D guys. But really that's not the main reason. The main reason is because we're good at drawing 2D stuff, and it's much easier to draw an image than it is to model an item. So that's really the real reason. Game is sort of in PS1 graphics. Nice, yeah. It's a pretty fun style to kind of emulate. We're sort of got that going on with this game. A lot of low resolution textures and stuff like that. But sort of not following it too strictly. I haven't done like per vertex lighting or anything. Yeah. Anyways, that's Deadlift. There's a bunch more content that we didn't look at, but it would take me a while to get there. I have to actually play the game, so we're not going to do that. But anyways, I think we're probably going to end stream here. Been going for 4 hours, and I got to go grab dinner. But yeah. Thank you everybody for coming in. I do appreciate it. We're going to go find some coming in. I do. Let's go raid. Dobbs is live. Let's do that. But yeah, just reminders. Anybody's welcome to sign up for the playtest for Lured In. Drop a wish list if you want. Feel free to buy Starground if you want, or wait for a sale. That's fine. Because that's what I do. But yeah, we'll do Wednesday. I think we're going to do the 4-hour challenge. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We're going to try and make a game in 4 hours on Wednesday. So it'll be interesting. I don't know if I can do it. I'm going to be real. It might be too much for me to handle, but we're going to try. It'll be a fun experiment. So let's go raid Dobbs. It's my favorite stream is build a mini game in 4 hours. Yeah. I'm gonna try it out. We'll see what happens. But yeah, that'll be Wednesday, 3:30 MDT. Feel free to join in. Join the Discord if you want. And yeah. For a Tri-Jam. Tri-Jam, is that a game jam? Oh yeah. I'll check that out. Anyways. 3-hour game jam. Oh, okay. Crazy. All right, we're gonna start this raid. But thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the bits and the hype train and the subs. It's very epic. I really appreciate it, everybody. But yeah, I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.